Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor Teresa Tomlinson. City Manager Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Evelyn Turner Pugh, Mayor Pro Tem and District 4. Mike Baker, District 5. Gary Allen, District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
City Council, we are running this morning as we always are. We're just so glad to have you all here on this rainy day. We've got lots of business, and thank you all for coming. We're going to go ahead and get started. Is Father Daniel O'Connell here with the Church of the Holy Family? Okay, well, I don't see him, so if you guys will bow your heads, I'll go ahead and provide the invocation. Dear gracious Lord, we give thanks for this community that we serve. We give thanks for those that care about their community, Lord, and understand that we're all neighbors and we're all connected. We ask, Lord, that you guide our hands today and that it is your will that be done. We ask, Lord, that you imbue us with wisdom and knowledge, and remember always that we are here to serve others. We pray these things in your name. Amen. Because I'm an elected official, I'm just going to give you that little standard caveat, is that was given in my faith tradition. So we don't want to insult anyone, but we're so glad again to have you with us and have that moment together. But I do know who is here to help us out this morning. We have some folks from Allen Elementary School, and they're going to give us the Pledge of Allegiance. So we're going to ask them to come forward, and Tiasha has a microphone for you. As they come and gather, if you all would stand and prepare for them to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We've got some parents who are going to come up, so let's give them a minute to assemble. All right.
You can send some of them.
You want to come up? Somebody want to spread out a little? All right. Just ready. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. All right, we want to get you to introduce yourselves this morning. Tell us your name and how old you are.
I'm Bentley and I'm 6. I'm Daniel and I'm 7. I'm Maddie and I'm 7. I'm Ari and I'm 6.
Wait, a little louder, a little louder.
I'm Ari and I'm 6.
Okay.
My name is Cameron, I'm 6. My name is Cynthia and I'm 6 years old. My name is Josiah and I am 7 years old.
All right, there you go. That's a future public speaker. And yes, ma'am, please introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about the first graders.
I am Kathy Houston, and I am the assistant principal at Allen, representing Ms. Thompson today. She was in meetings. This is our wonderful group of first graders at Allen, and we are just so thankful for the opportunity to come and do the pledge. So thank you so much for giving them the opportunity.
You bet. Thank you so much. Will you guys come back sometime and help us out again?
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause, folks. And we've got Counselor Huff wanted to say a few things. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. You all go back and have a wonderful day at school. Thank you for coming. All right, Counselor Huff, you had something before we get into the agenda?
Yes. Good morning, Mayor. Thank you for this moment. Wanted to inform the public, last week, Senior Judge retired Superior Court Judge John Allen lost his wife. Just wanted to extend condolences from this body and this government for all the services that he gave to us. So if you get a chance, I saw Councilor Thomas and some others there on Saturday. Take time to give him a call and check on him. He's doing well, but as you all know, it's a tough time. So please take time to keep him in your prayers. Thank you.
Great, absolutely. We've lost some good folks recently, and Vicki Allen was just the best. And so our thoughts are with Judge Allen as he goes through this, and we send him our deepest condolences. We want to go ahead and get into the agenda here. We've got, is Amber Clark here? Yeah, Amber. Okay, I thought I saw you. Come on forward. We want to introduce you. Amber Clark is the interim director of the Columbus Airport, and come up here to the podium. And there's members of the airport board. Y'all come on up as well. And I had the opportunity to meet Amber several weeks ago. She's relatively new, although she's new to this position, though she's been here in Columbus at our airport for a while. And so, Amber, I just wanted council to have the opportunity to meet you since we have such a great working relationship with our airport. So if you would, just say a few words about yourself, and then also if you would, introduce these folks with you here today.
Okay. Well, my name is Amber Clark. I have been here in Columbus for 3 years. Previous to this position, I was the FBO manager for the Columbus Airport. I am a Georgia native. I am actually from Kennesaw, Georgia, but I like to say I'm adopted by Columbus because I do love this town. So thank you very much for having me. And this is the Columbus Airport Commission. Thomas Forsberg, our chairman, and Winfield Flanagan, Carl Rhodes, and Ann McHale.
Great. Thank you. Did you want to tell us a little bit about where the airport is and if there's any immediate challenges or issues that you all are working on? I think there's a renovation going on, isn't there?
There is. I put together a few slides just to kind of go over some information with you all. We are in the progress of designing a new terminal, not new, but more modernization of the terminal that is existing. We're really excited about that. We've got some initiatives that we are putting together for the next couple years, and this is one of our biggest ones. So if you give me some time, I'd like to show you some of these slides and go over some of
Yes,
this.
please.
Mm-hmm. So Forward with Focus, that's kind of our campaign name for some of the things that we are going to be doing here in the next couple years. And how do I make this go forward? Oh, okay. All right, so the Columbus Airport is a gateway to Columbus. It is one of the first places that people see when they come in and sometimes the last when they leave us. So we want to make sure that we are demonstrating we do amazing as the city has deemed our slogan. So we're excited to be part of that. Our current terminal was designed in the 80s, the late 80s. It was finished construction back in 1991, so it's been a while. For this project, we do have federal and state funding from the Airport Improvement Program. The funding originates from the Airport and Airway Trust Fund. The funds are collected through the user fees and fuel taxes and some other revenue sources. Most of those user taxes are collected when people buy their airline tickets. So some of our goals for our modernization project, obviously with it being built in '91, we want to update some of our systems within the building. We also want to renew our interior and exterior atmosphere, enhance our security processing. We're adding some new features, making it a little more streamlined, a little more efficient. We also want to foster air service development, which we're working very hard to do, increase passenger efficiencies and comforts, and showcase our city, of course. So we want to make sure that we are including some of our partners here in the community. So this is a picture of the first floor. It's usually what most people will see when they come in. Some things that you will notice kind of on the left-hand side, we'll have an area that we're going to kind of section off and have more room for people to sit down and eat, more options there. We're also going to have a meeting room that will be available for people to rent and use as well. Our ticketing counters are kind of spread out, so we're going to condense those to make it a little bit easier. And you can see the baggage screening in the back. We've updated that system so it's a little more automated. People are not having to bring their bags to TSA. It's already going to be done by the airlines. Our TSA lane in the middle will be a little more efficient how it's set up. We will also have some added security for exit doors and entry. In the back, it's kind of, that's more back of house. Passengers won't really see that. But our holding room that is normally upstairs is going to now be moved downstairs. And we will have two different passenger boarding bridges at the bottom. And they can service up to 4 aircraft at a time. And baggage claim will remain in the same area, but we will do some nice updates within the whole interior of the building. Upstairs, the only change that we're kind of making is that we will be turning the light tan area into an additional meeting space. It will provide a very nice view of the aircraft and the ramps, so that would be nice to have for anybody who would like to rent out that area as well. Our admin and our FAA offices will remain the same. We're not doing too many changes to those. So as far as our interior and exterior upgrades, we wanted to make sure that it was representative of our city. So when we had our architects come in and look at our city, they obviously fell in love with the river. And they decided that they wanted to incorporate that within the terminal itself. You can see to the right there is a kind of a wavy blue line. Those are actually going to be sort of like banners that are hanging from the ceiling, so it will represent the river itself. They try to kind of keep it in a similar shape, as you can see outlined here. A lot of the colors also that will be used will be earth tones, so the brick that we have, the metal from the ships, from the Civil War. So there's a lot of different aspects that they wanted to incorporate in our design. Oops, go back one. So this will be, this is a rendering of what the outside would look like. They've added some wood grain paneling to the outside and make it look a little more earth tone and welcoming. And the inside, so those are the banners that I was speaking of. And the earth-toned ones that are kind of curved will also be a wood grain. And this is actually the baggage claim area where people would see that. And this is the opposite end where the ticketing counters would be. Again, you can see on the floors they are going to try to bring some of that, the river into it, as well as the wood grain paneling at the top. And that is all that I have for you. Does anybody have any questions?
All right, well, thank you very much, and we do want to open it up for questions. Is there anything from council? All right, I think that's it. Thank you so much, and welcome again to this position. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being here this morning. Yep. All right, next we have a public hearing. The Columbus Water Works is here for a fiscal year 2018-2019 rate update. We want to welcome Steve Davis, the president of Columbus Water Works. Hello, how are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you. Good morning to you all, and thank you for giving us a little time on your agenda to have our public hearing. I will give a kind of a current assessment, and then I will turn it over to Joe Creer with Ralph Tellis, and he will get more into the analysis. So I think a better word for the current financial highlights might be current financial challenges, and I think you'll see that as we go through the presentation. Water conservation is working, which is a good thing, but it also is a little bit of a double-edged sword. We like our customers to be good water stewards and be frugal with water and use it wisely, but it also, the less they use, the more it hurts us on revenue. So kind of a double-edged sword. We do gain available capacity in the fact that they use less. We have more then for other uses and for Columbus growth and things like that. Weather patterns this past summer and the summer before, I don't know if you recall, but we had unfortunately had too many days like we have out here today. If it wasn't raining every third day, the weatherman was predicting rain. So it really hurt us in our outdoor water usage, and that hurts us on revenues. So as a result of that, we are in the process of tightening up our current budget. We're going to be looking to reduce our expenditures in the 3 to 5% range. This current fiscal year, we've been actively engaged in that, and we'll be implementing some things immediately for that purpose. Our rates continue to be some of the lowest in Georgia, and you'll see that. And we, in the last 5 years, we pulled about $15 million from our reserves, and we can't continue that trend, and that is one reason why we've really tightened up our budgets, because we can't just keep pulling our reserves down. We need those when we need them, and we don't want to pull them down too low. So as I've said many times before here, is a lot of what we're doing is all about reinvesting in infrastructure. We're very infrastructure intensive in what we do. We have 5 water resource treatment facilities, thousands of miles of pipes and pumps and tanks and all sort of appurtenances, which is very expensive to build, maintain, and operate. So we've got to keep reinvesting in that so that we can keep our levels of service up and stay in compliance. So this is a graph of our annual water production over the last 10 years. You can see that it has declined significantly. You'll see that 10.5, that's the number of millions of units that we produced. It's the lowest production in 10 years, and then this current year, we're looking at that being starting out about 2.5% less than that. So it's not something that we enjoy being in, but that's the situation we're dealing with. And also the per capita consumption on an individual basis is declining over time. About 10 years ago it was 140 gallons per person per day, and now it's dropped to 106 gallons per person per day. So that is the combination of water conservation and some outdoor water usage factored into that as well. We continue to have some of the lowest water rates. I apologize for this slide being a little garbled here, but this is at a 8 CCF. This is about 6,000 gallons of water per month usage. And you can see Phoenix City is slightly lower than we are. We're there in the yellow block. We're a little lower than Savannah, Macon, Augusta, and much lower than Atlanta. So it just gives you a comparison of where we are in terms of water and sewer rates. And in terms of industrial, in a higher consumption level where we try to use our water sewer rates as a means to attract industry, at a 250 CCF, you can see we're well below all of our competing cities in the southeast in terms of if there's an industry that's driven by low water and sewer rates, they would certainly give Columbus a double look. This shows you how we have been investing in our infrastructure over this time period. You can see more recent years, we're trying to levelize that investment in our infrastructure and avoid spikes, which generally equate to spikes in rate increases. We try to levelize that to minimize impact to our customers, but yet still maintain that reinvestment in our infrastructure. This is a look at our recent projection, our rate model projections on what we need for water and sewer rates. You can see the blue column is the national average, is what water and sewer utilities have been increasing their rates over this time period, and it generally ranges from about 5 to 8% rate increase per year. Our model projection is shown in that gray row, and it's generally been about 4 or 5% is what our model has generally been projecting that we would need. And then the white at the bottom is what we actually implemented in terms of rate increases. So you can see to the far right in the model projection, it shows us the model projecting that we needed a substantial rate increase of 6.63%, which is the highest the model has ever predicted, and that was because of 2 bad revenue years. So what we have done to not recommend to our board that level of rate increase and burden our customers with that. That's why we've tightened up our budget this year, cutting back on expenses, trying to mitigate the impact of our ratepayers in what we really need financially. So what you will see is, and Joe will get more into this, is a rate increase that's more consistent with what our model has predicted. And we know all of these rate increases tend to impact customers in different ways. We know we have a substantial part of our customer base that is low and fixed income, and so we're very sensitive to how our rate increases may impact them. So we've taken a look at this. Is a histogram of all of our water bills that we sent out over last fiscal year, and it's broken down into units of usage. And so you see a majority of our bills are in the 3, 4, 5 CCF usage. So we were kind of looking at that and looking at what our rate increase would be to a majority of those customers. And we think probably a majority of our customers that are lower fixed income are probably on the lower end of the water use spectrum, as opposed to those who might be doing a lot more outdoor water use. So we really tried to look at ways that we could help mitigate this increase on them. So we're proposing to our board that we would increase our credit, the low-income credit that we provide in conjunction with the city's low-income garbage collection credit. We're currently offering $4.50 credit in that program, and we're proposing to our board that we increase that to $7.50. So a $3 increase, and that pretty closely equates to the magnitude of the increase in that lower consumption level customer. So the rate increase for those who need it most, this would give them an opportunity for some relief. So the current residential user is paying, at the 4 CCF level, is paying $30.21 a month for the water, sewer, and CSO. If they're in the low-income credit program, they're paying $25.71 currently. The proposed increase for the residential at this level would go up to $32.55, with the recommended improvement to the low-income credit that essentially would be pretty flat. It would go from $25.71 per month bill to $25.05, so it's essentially a no increase for them. So with that, I will turn it over to Joe to dig into the analysis a bit.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to be here with you all and talk about this topic here. As Steve mentioned, we're going to dive into some of the results and specific recommendations on the rates. We'll take a quick look back at the most recently completed fiscal year for the waterworks, but then our focus will be on what we're seeing from our model next year, as well as over the next 5-year forecast to account for these challenges. And again, our focus is to make sure that we're recommending sort of sustainable solutions that promote an efficient system that has sort of stable revenue and is able to provide service to the community. So looking back, Steve talked about some of the recent financial challenges. The most recently completed fiscal year, this is a summary of the results. Our revenue, we projected it to be a little over $58 million. The actual revenue came in at a little over $54 million. So I think a 7% is what that counts to, shortfall in the expected revenues. Our operating expenses came in a little bit below what we had targeted for last year. Those are those top 2 boxes. And then on the bottom you can see, as Steve mentioned, this is driven by sort of weather patterns that reduced customers' water consumption. So our water consumption was projected to be 11.16 million units, but it only came in at about 10.5. So again, a 6% reduction there. And the same story on the sewer side. Our sewer is billed based off of how much water customers consume, and so if water consumption is down, often sewer consumption is down as well. That is the primary driver, that reduction in water consumption for the requested rate increase in 2019. But we do need to make sure that we are continuing to fund the capital program, which allows us to reinvest in those assets to provide stable service to the community. And if you get far behind on your kind of maintenance of those assets, the cost often expands quite a bit. So making sure that you're kind of being proactive with how you make those investments is helpful over the long run. And then from the operating cost perspective, just sort of keeping pace with the rate of inflation is also a driver in this, but that's the kind of the smallest component of it. What we're looking at right now over the next 5 years, we have a financial model that forecasts financial performance over 5 years. As Steve mentioned, across the industry, and we work with utilities across the state and across the country, national average is around 6 or 7% per year water and sewer rate increases. Most utilities are dealing with the large capital plans and the same reduction in water consumption that Columbus Water Works is, so that is sort of the national trend. The model, again, sort of told us that a 6.63% increase would be recommended in 19. We're taking actions to tighten things up and bring that down to a recommended 4.95% increase in 2019. We continue to show a 4.95% increase for the average system user over the next 4 years beyond 2019. And as always, that is a kind of continually evaluated number. So as things change, Columbus Water Works is very active at managing their financial situation, and we'll adjust that wherever needed. And what does that mean in terms of actual rates and how that impacts our customers? So for the base charges, on the water base charges, they escalate based on meter size. Most residential customers have a 5/8 inch or a 3/4 inch water meter. So they would see about a $1 increase on that fixed charge. And to note, with the increase, the 4.95%, we've shifted a little bit more of it to these base charges to be able to kind of stabilize our revenue so that we're less dependent on water consumption. That process is sort of phased in over the next 4 or 5 years, so we'll continue to see that. To note, the $7.50 here, across the state of Georgia, the average fixed cost that a customer pays on water and sewer bills is around $26 a month. This is our water only. We'll show you the sewer and CSO charge in a minute, but Columbus Water Works, all told, is about $15 a month of a fixed charge, so well below the state average for what that fixed cost is. The water volumetric charges, so based on how much water goes through the meter, for the first 15 CCF, and that's just a weird water rate unit, that a CCF is about 750 gallons. The current rate is $1.70, and it would be increasing to $1.77 per month. That is the rate that the vast majority of our residential customers pay. On the wastewater system, the base charge there would be increasing around 50 cents, a little bit more than that, from $3.73 up to $4.29. Again, we've shifted some of the increase to increase that component larger than the volumetric rates. The volumetric rate will be going from $3.29 to $3.42 per unit for our residential customers. And we would continue to adjust the CSO charges to align with those. So what do our customer bills look like with the proposed increase for 19 and then beyond? The 2019 bill, $32.55, would represent a $2.34 increase over the current bill right now. And that would provide for our customers. This is the most common size bill at 4 CCF. So if you remember that histogram, this was the tallest bar. This is the most common bill that we send out to our residential customers. So for $32.55 a month, they would get clean drinking water, wastewater service, and making sure that we manage all of our stormwater runoff for that. And you can see how that's projected increase over the 5-year period, but again, those future years are just a projection at this point. Comparing regionally, and this is at a larger bill. This is for an 8 CCF customer. It's a common unit of measurement for comparison across utilities. You can see Columbus, with the increase, still would continue to compare very favorably to your neighbors. And if we would expand this to a larger swath of the Southeast, you continue to be very, very favorable with your water and sewer rates. So, as we look forward over the next 5 years, the rates that are projected are considerably lower than what I see across the industry, across the state. The key focus there is to continue to be proactive in our capital management and making sure that we're staying ahead of any large improvements that are needed, and making sure that we're sustainable financially, sustainable for the community and for the environment, and so that we can continue to provide great service into the future. With that, we'll take any questions.
All right. Yes, we have, Councilor Woodson?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question for you. When you said it was $750 that would be for the low-income families, correct? The increase for your average household is going to be about what? About $2-something? So they would be paying $32.55. So it's only an increase of $2-something on their bill? Okay. And so these projections you have here, 2019, 20, all the way to 23, those are the increase that we can perceive will be coming in the next coming years.
Those are the model projections. All that our board will be approving is just this effective in January of 2019. Just 1 year at a time is what they approve. But we take the 5-year look out ahead and try to there again, mitigate those spikes, try to levelize things to minimize cost impacts.
And I just ask that because I think it's good for our constituents to start preparing themselves to know that each year they're going to be an increase based on this information you've given to us. And it could be $2, it could be $3, it could be, I don't think it'll be less than $2. But I think it's important that they realize that it is going to continue to increase, at least that we're looking at till 2023. Is that accurate for me to say?
It is, and what
Okay.
we'd, of course, like to see to even reduce those is if we were to get some large volume water users to come to our area, then we sell more water and it helps mitigate those or dampen those increases. So we do have lots of treatment capacity available at our plants to take on some bigger water users, which would be great.
So the bottom line is the less use of water is what's causing the increase, besides all the protection that we have to protect our water, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make it a little bit easier for those listening to understand the reason why the increases are coming, because they're not having much of an income. Everything's increasing and people are starting to panic. What do I do? My lifestyle is going to change more and more every time, especially my quality of life because of all the increases. So to me, it's important that they understand why and to prepare themselves for the future, because the increase are going to continue, not to be caught offset when they're setting their lifestyles and their budgets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got Councilor Davis.
Mr. Davis, thank you for coming today. As far as infrastructure goes, have there been any improvements outside the county or expansion and projects outside the county?
Of course, in Fort Benning, we own and operate the system at Fort Benning, and Fort Benning pays through their revenue any improvements there. It's not, none of that is funded by Columbus ratepayers.
Right.
But in terms of other outside, if there's any outside county that connects to us, they pay those connection fees, so we're not investing in infrastructure outside the county.
And it would be, I guess when I say that, it would be, in asking the question, it would be in respect to water treatment or water usage. So are we selling water to other counties?
We do. We've been doing that. I think our first wholesale connection point was 1988 to Harris County, and we have since, I think we got 6 metered connections, so we wholesale to them. They're a big customer. Have 2 to Talbot County. They're not as big a water user, but we do have 2 metered connections with them, and we've got a mutual aid agreement with Phoenix City. We're kind of in terms of an emergency. If either system needed some water, we've got a connection that we can help each other out.
Any of those expansions, I guess, in infrastructure costs, would that be considered in all these numbers that's being reflected in the presentations?
Nothing, all of what we're looking at is in Muskogee County.
Okay. Are we selling water treatment and water usage at Fort Benning as well?
Yes, we built a water plant on Fort Benning, and also we have some redundancy and part-time supply from our north plant as well. And Fort Benning some of their fees do contribute for some of those operational costs.
So are you seeing any increases in water usage in these outlying counties? And
quite the opposite. When we took over that system, we were seeing peak days of 12 million gallons a day. It was not a very efficient system, and they acknowledged that. They knew that they were going to outsource it in the future, so they didn't reinvest in it, so it was pretty bad shape. So we've seen peak days when we took over about 12 million gallons. Now a peak day may be 5.5 to 6 million, and that's even after the BRAC upgrade. We've driven a lot of efficiencies there, tightened up a lot of leaks, so their water usage is much, much lower. There's a lot of capacity available for them as well.
Do you expect in any of your projections that some of these Fort Benning, Harris County, some others will start an increase of demand for water usage?
We hope.
Treatment?
We certainly have a lot of capacity, and that's what we're looking to sell water to mitigate these increases for Columbus customers, and that's one way to do it, sell more to Harris County. Or expand our services to Fort Benning in some way, if possible.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have Councilor Thomas.
Mr. Davis, you've talked about the low-income user. Can you give us just a little reminder about how you qualify for that low income and what the income level might be, ballpark figures?
I don't remember the specific details. There's 3 criteria. It is through, they come in and apply through the city for the garbage discount, and it's those same, once they qualify on the city's program, then they are eligible on our program. I don't know if any, I can get you, I know I saw the specifics recently. I don't recall them. I could send them to you.
Maybe, Mr. City Manager, if someone wanted to apply for this, where would they do that in the city? Which department handles that? To apply for the low-income Public Works Department. Okay. Okay.
Services Center can work with them. If they dial 311 and ask the question, they'll direct them from there.
Okay. And the other question that I have, Mr. Davis, as you know, we are always trying to attract new businesses to our community. And a lot of your presentation dealt with how our residential rates compare to others in the area, the region. What about our business rates?
The industrial rates, I think we did have a graphic of that, and we are in the comparison group. We are at the lowest cost level there in all the, I think it's about 12 or 15 cities in the southeast that we compare. It was at that 250 CCF unit that was in the slide. I don't know, but we are the most competitive. We are the lowest cost in attracting industry. So we've got plenty of capacity, water and sewer wise, for them to locate here.
And then just out of pure curiosity, I know that my house has the 5/8 inch. Who has the 10-inch pipe?
Not enough customers. Of course, there used to be the mills were our biggest customers. Now we see the jail is a big customer. We see, Polychrome, there's several, but even our biggest customers now are not nearly as big as what the old industrial used to be. So now by far our biggest volume goes out to residential.
Thank you.
All right, we have Counselor Huff.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just trying to get my mind wrapped around this. So as we conserve, prices will go up?
There's a price for environmental stewardship, I guess, but you still get a good shower, you're just using less water to get it. So
Okay. So is this to say that we need to do a better job at economic development and bringing in some industries and things?
That'd be great from our perspective.
Okay. Yeah, as long as they use water, for sure.
And a lot of industries are much more water conservative than they used to be. A lot of them recycle water in their processes, so a lot of challenges going forward.
Okay, and that lower end, I think it was something, 05 should be, what, you said 25 or 35 on the low income side?
Right, it's pretty, if they apply for the low income
25.
credit, actually, it's a little bit lower cost to them, about 70 cents or something like that. So it's a little cheaper if they apply for the low income credit.
Okay, so as far as the everyday consumer, there's nothing else we can really do to stop the rates from going up in the future?
Yeah, if you use more water, then your unit price goes down.
Yeah. It's kind of a double-edged sword.
It is a double-edged
We used a
sword.
lot of water in the past, and then we kind of pushed forward at conserving. I just want to be able to explain it, because I know the phones will ring.
Yeah.
Trying to explain how do we conserve, consistently conserve for water and then have rate increases. So I will forward some of the calls on to you all to help. Thank you.
All right, well, good. Well, I think that does it. We don't have any more questions. Thank you all so much for coming. We appreciate the update, and we'll continue to work hard to reduce those water rates and conserve at the same time. So thank you so much. All right, we have minutes for approval from October 23rd, 2018 executive session, and also the October 30th council meeting. We've got a motion for approval. Is there a second? Did anybody see any changes or errors, edits? All right, all those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Okay, and we also have a request from Councilor Mike Baker. We want to call forward Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Christian. And also he has his spouse with him, so please come forward if you would. And we're going to let Councilor Baker have the floor.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the city manager for some comments first, and then we'll proceed with it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilor Baker. Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Christian came to me through a referral, actually, from someone at AFLAC. And so Lieutenant Colonel Christian came by to see me, and I knew that he would be a great fit for my office and for this government. And so he had crafted and networked with the military and the International City County Managers Association for an internship that would allow him to remain on active duty and work for the city as a city manager's intern for a period of time. And he would be able to do that asking for no pay from the city. And that was even better for me. And then he, of course, came to work with us, and I quickly noticed that he is an officer and a gentleman, and He's a proven leader. He quickly gained the respect of our deputy city managers and all of our department heads because of his ability to assess an issue, develop a plan, and then deliver results or solutions. And so he has done that in my office, and when City Council was faced with a situation, I offered him to City Council, and they took advantage of it, and I'm sure they will talk about that. But I wanted to take this opportunity to say to Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Christian, thank you. And I say that on behalf of all of the staff, and you have worked with a number of different city departments, assisting and helping them with various challenges. And you brought forward solutions. And so on behalf of all of the department heads, the deputy city managers, and the employees in those various departments, I wanted to say thank you. And Tiasha has put together a small bag that she says I should give to you. And I'm going to pass it on to you, and it has also a card in it. But just wanted to say to you, thank you, and to your wife, who's here with you today, thank you for allowing us to have him for the period of time that he has worked with us. And so we commend you. We thank you for your great work to our city. So I want to share this with you.
Well, we've got more accolades to come, so we're going to turn it over to Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel. It's been a pleasure working with you on a particular project we've been working on behalf of council, and your service has been invaluable. So I would personally thank you for the work you've done on our project here to benefit the council. But with that, let me read the resolution into the record. It will become a permanent part of the record of our city, and then we'll take some comments from some other councilors. But it's my pleasure to read the resolution on behalf of council. It reads as follows. Whereas Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence J. Christian of Columbus, Georgia, is completing service as a fellow intern, Veterans Local Government Management Fellowship with the Office of the City Manager, with an emphasis on special projects. Whereas Lieutenant Colonel Christian has been recently involved in the restructuring of the Clerk of Council's office. Whereas Lieutenant Colonel Christian has served as Deputy Commander, Chief of Staff for the 198th Infantry Brigade, directing a 65-person staff and $10 million combined budget covering daily operations and facilities maintenance. Whereas he also served as Deputy Chief of Operations for the International Security Assistance Force Joint Command in Kabul, Afghanistan. And whereas his service to the consolidated government and the citizens of Columbus, Georgia is worthy of special recognition by this council. Now, therefore, the Council of Columbus, Georgia hereby resolves. We hereby express our deepest appreciation to Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Christian for his service to his country and to the citizens of Columbus, Georgia. We wish him every success in the future. Let a copy of this resolution be furnished to Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Christian as an expression of appreciation of the citizens of Columbus, Georgia for all his service. I move for adoption.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
All right, congratulations. Well, Colonel, I want to give you an opportunity to say a few words, introduce your wife, of course, and we just are so very appreciative of the time you've spent here with us and the sharing of your skills with the people of Columbus.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors, city manager. Thank you all so much. I really didn't see this coming, so that you really got me at a good surprise. And I can usually see things coming from a mile away, but this really got me good. My better half, Anna Marie, has been so supportive over the years. Very few people know about it. She does work at AFFORDABILITY. She was also a Navy veteran, so she too was very instrumental in helping me shape and guide my views since I've known each other and since I've been married. So I'm just so very grateful for the opportunity and the time you all have afforded me. This fellowship internship has completely solidified that I only want to go into public service post-Army career. Seeing what we do for the citizens is just, I cannot express it enough. That's what I want to do for the rest of my career. And I just want to thank you all and the members of the Consolidated City Government, and thank you, sir, for taking the opportunity. It was a leap of faith on your part, and I truly appreciate it. I know you didn't know me from Adam when I showed up in your office several months ago, but it means a lot. And hopefully we can take this program and continue it on and have a wonderful connection between the installation and the city government. For that, thank you all so much.
Thank you. We've got a few folks that want to say a few words to you. Councilor Barnes.
Well, Colonel, this government was truly blessed to have you. Where else can you have in any government where you can have a lieutenant colonel come in and do an internship, a fellowship? And really what you've done is there's the tools that we learn in the military, especially at the leadership level, to assess any situation, quickly formulate a plan, and execute that plan. That's exactly what you have. And as I said at the last meeting that we had, hooah, go Army.
All right. We've got, let's see, we've got Councilor Huff.
Yes, sir. The city manager came to us with your name, and he was very high on you from day one and suggested that you would be a good fit anywhere that we needed you. And just to repeat what I just told you when you came around, everywhere your name was, there were positive results. Anytime you were asked to do a job. So I just want to say to you, thank you. And for those listening and the teenagers and young adults that pay attention to our meeting, you've been a good role model to how to get involved in government, get involved in your city while you're here. So that this is the way we all work together to get things done. But going forward, I wish you nothing but the best. We'll keep you in our prayers, and if you ever come back and stay, I don't know when you're leaving, if you leave, but we'd love to have you in Columbus as a citizen. Thank you.
We have the Mayor Pro Tem. Well, it says it's on. I'm sorry.
Here you go.
Yeah, you go. Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning,
I
Mayor.
just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you. We asked you to come in to look at, do an assessment and help make some recommendations on some things we could do, and everything you recommended would not go unnoticed. You did a good job.
All right, and we have Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, I work at AFFORDABILITY too. I was not the person that recommended him. I wish I had been, but I've seen you at AFFORDABILITY. When I saw you sitting there, I was wondering, where have I seen her before? But now I can make the connection. But we knew when we were drafting this resolution for you that if we put it on the website, as we normally do, you would know what was coming. So I just wanted you to know there was intention on our part there. The reason it was not. Again, I don't want to repeat what was said, but thank you for your contribution to us. And I want you to know there's always a place for you in Columbus, Georgia. So please come back. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you so much. That concludes everybody's comments, but I think you got the gist that, oh, we've got the city manager. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Well, Madam Mayor, when you were done, I was going to ask that if you would consider item C on the purchase agenda because this is something that Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Christian worked very closely with Deputy Clerk Lindsey Glisson on related to software for the Office of Clerk of Council. And they presented it at a previous meeting, and I was going to ask if you would go ahead and allow me to bring that up on the agenda while he is here, and he will at least know that this piece of his work, along with Deputy Clerk Lindsey Glisson, has come to fruition.
Got a motion and second for approval. This is item C on the city manager's purchases agenda. It's agenda and meeting management software, which we discussed at length at our last business meeting. So there being no further discussion, you may cue the vote, okay, and you may record your votes electronically. And it does pass. Congratulations. Again, sir, thank you so very much, and it was great to meet you this morning. All right, we will flip back to our agenda. We actually we're bringing one item up to the mayor's agenda at the request of a grandfather in waiting. His daughter-in-law and son are at the hospital. Labor's being induced as we speak. Time is drawing nigh, and so we're going to call forward the Creek Rise subdivision variance, and I'm going to turn it over, I guess it's to the city manager, since it's on your agenda, sir. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Creek Rise subdivision and a variance request has been something that we have been wrestling with for some time now. And this is for those here and those listening, and I know the proponents for this are here and will speak. But Section 7.8.1F of our Unified Development Ordinance requires a single entrance to subdivision shall serve no more than 99 lots. And so if there are more than 99 lots on a single entrance, then our UDO would prohibit that. Mm-hmm. The existing subdivision currently contains 58 lots with a request to add an additional 85 lots, which would bring the total lots to 143 lots, exceeding the 99 lots for a single entrance in our Unified Development Ordinance. And so we've had the public safety people come together to look at this, our city engineer, along with our city engineer, and when they look at the subdivision and our current law that's on the books, they've presented a denial to this recommendation that would excuse the requirement for a second entrance for subdivisions with more than 99 lots. And so staff has brought forward a denial, and so the planning department has opposed it. Fire EMS has concerns about the expansion, and they've also looked at the National Fire Codes. Though the National Fire Codes have not been adopted by the state of Georgia or the city of Columbus, they require 2 access routes for 101 to 600 households. And so staff also checked with former city traffic engineers of other communities, and they checked with at least 2, and they agreed that 2 access points, at least 2, should be required. And so, Mayor and Council, this is a good project, but I will say that based on what I've just shared and our Unified Development Ordinance and consulting with city staff and staff outside, people outside of city staff, and looking at the national fire codes, staff has sent forward to me to present to you a denial. Of course, this is something that council can act on, but that is what we have to present to you today related to Creek Rise subdivision, the variance request for a single entrance that would be for as many as 143 lots exceeding the 99 that would be the limit for a single entrance in our Unified Development Ordinance. And so, Madam Mayor, that's where we stand with it, and I know that others are here to discuss it further.
Yes, okay. We have, Mr. City Attorney, should we bring up the folks to state their position? We do have counselors that want to speak.
Yeah, this is a hearing. I think we ought to let the applicant make a statement.
Make a statement and then take questions from counselors.
Planning come up and then questions around the table and
Gotcha.
any other opposition.
Okay. Mr. Mize, would you like to say a few words?
Well, good morning, and thank you for accommodating Claude's schedule. We're all very excited for Claude and his son and his daughter-in-law, and all our prayers are with them. My name is George Mize. I'm with the law firm of Page Cranham. I'm here today, of course, representing your applicants seeking a variance. The applicants are Creek Rise Investment Company and Creek Rise Development Company. Both entities are owned by long-term Columbus residents Claude Scarborough and Clark Turner. Unfortunately, Clark Turner is away on business and couldn't be here with us today. But also with us today is Warren Mason, our engineer with Moon Meeks Mason and Vincent. As Isaiah mentioned, today we're here seeking a variance for numerous tax parcels from the effects of Section 7.8.1F and 7.9.3A of the UDO, which do require more than one entrance for subdivisions having more than 99 lots. However, both sections provide for standards for the granting of a variance from that requirement, and they say where the property configuration prohibits or makes impractical the installation of two entrances, the engineering director may waive this requirement following sound engineering practices. We've earnestly tried to get the second entrance. Unfortunately, we're bordered on the south by Heiferhorn Creek. On the north, we're bordered by Lake Bright, and we've approached our neighbors to the east on multiple occasions with various options. All efforts to work out the situation have failed, and quite frankly, as of today, there is no option for a second entrance. And as already been mentioned by Isaiah, the engineering director, Donna Newman, has declined to give us the variance. Therefore, we're before council today seeking a variance, really acting under a recently adopted ordinance 18-39, seeking a variance from the sections as they relate to this particular property. What's on the screen right now is kind of a survey or a plat or a preliminary plat of the property involved. The aggregate amount of acres is about 182 acres, and you see it's located just immediately east of the existing Creek Rise subdivision, out River Road, and just north of Heiferhorn Creek. My clients desire to develop this property as a residential subdivision, and fortunately the property is already rezoned for a proper zoning of RE1. The portion of the subdivision that is entitled Section 2 Creek Rise, colored in light purple there, will consist of lots of over an acre. The portion of Creek Rise entitled the estates at Creek Rise will be estate-sized lots, so they'll be much larger than the 1 acre tract. As previously mentioned, there are currently 58 lots in the existing Creek Rise subdivision. We plan to add approximately 85 lots for a total of 143 lots, but you know you got to have a little wiggle room when you're trying to put paper and land together. Sometimes they don't match. What our proposal would be is we're willing to cap the total number of lots at 150. That is combining the 82 lots in Creek Rise with up to 92 lots in the new development. This letter, we believe that our application and our lot development has already been approved by Planning Department. This letter was dated December 21, 2009. And if you can read, it says the proposed division of land complies with the preliminary plat requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. Lot sizes and dimensions meet the current RE1 zoning district requirements for this plat. And the plat the Planning Department is referring to in that letter is the plat dated October 21, 2009. It's precisely the plat that I showed you in the preceding slide. We believe at that time, several years after the adoption of the UDO, the Planning Department no doubt considered all of the effects of this particular subdivision. They considered the configuration, the physical characteristics, et cetera, of the property involved, and they made the decision at that time that one entrance was acceptable. To me, the 99 lot rule is a bit of an arbitrary number, whether you have 99 lots or 150 lots. It really doesn't mean that the road is going to become impassable any faster, and it doesn't mean that access is going to be interrupted any quicker. Also, the engineering department has canvassed several other cities in similar size to Columbus, and this chart will show you what they've done. They've talked to Augusta, Sandy Springs, Savannah, Montgomery, and Chattanooga. And I guess you'll all recognize that all of the lot requirements exceed the lot requirements of Columbus. 2, in fact, have no lot requirements at all. And in 4 or 5 of these cities, we could go forward with this development without having to seek a variance at all. The UDO speaks of sound engineering practices. Unfortunately, the UDO really doesn't give us much guidance in that regard. But I think you can look at the road that is going to be providing access for that guidance. And that road is Creek Rise Drive. As Isaiah mentioned, or as within the report, this road does traverse a dam and spillway, which is shown as structure number 19 on this survey. It also traverses an emergency spillway for Lake Bright, which is shown as structure 3 on this survey. Both the road and the structures were engineered by Moon Meeks, Mason, and Vinson. They were engineered to accommodate the 100-year flood event. They meet all city standards and specifications. They were approved by the city, and the road Creek Rise Drive was accepted by the city as a public street. Therefore, to me, it seems to be sound engineering practices to allow access to and from River Road and to and from this property across a fully compliant, fully functioning public road. Recently, the soundness of this road, the soundness of these structures, and the soundness of the engineering, they were tested. We had a substantial rain event May 23rd and May 24th this past May. During that period of time, over 8 inches of rain fell in this part of Columbus, Georgia. This event exceeded the 50-year event and may have actually exceeded the 100-year event. But the road and the structures, they functioned as designed and functioned without any hiccups whatsoever. Some water did accumulate on Creek Rise Drive, but that water was not the result of the overtopping of any roads. It was not the result of the failure of any particular structure. It was actually the result of the operation of the Lake Oliver Dam. The water that touched Creek Rise Drive did not come from Lake Biggers or Lake Bright. It came from Heiferhorn Creek in Lake Oliver. And it's my understanding, I've been told that once Georgia Power heard of the situation, measures were taken and the water receded quickly. But as these pictures will show you, the water did come up onto Creek Rise Drive, but as you can see from these pictures, the traffic was not impeded. Some may try to use the rain event as a reason to stick to the 99 lot rule, but the two are really not related. Whether you had 99 lots or whether you have 150 lots, this event would have happened and the same results would have occurred, and that is it would have been a non-event. To me, what this event does is it constitutes evidence that the road and these structures are properly designed and they're properly functioning and they're ready to accommodate such an event if it ever happens in the next 100 years. My clients have met all the conditions for a variance under section 7.8.1F and 7.9.3A, as well as under section 18-39, the new ordinance, in that the property configuration and other factors make it impractical to have a second entrance. Further, my client meets the conditions under 18-39 in that the failure to grant this variance will constitute or work an exceptional hardship on my clients in that they cannot practically or economically develop this property. Without a second entrance, we can only generate an additional 41 lots. This is about 1/4 of the total lots that we can generate of the whole 182 acres, and you just can't develop 25% of available land and expect to pay any sort of minimal development costs for roads, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, water lines, and other infrastructure. Quite simply, without this variance, we cannot go forward with this development. And if the variance is granted, it will not interfere with the provision of city services. It will not inhibit access by public safety vehicles. It will not result in extraordinary public expense, nor will it otherwise threaten the safety of the public. This past spring, there was an article in the newspaper entitled, "Buyers Must Act Fast, Power in the Hands of Sellers in Today's Columbus Housing Market." The thrust of this article was that the housing market in Columbus is a seller's market because, quote, "the very lean inventory of available dwellings on both sides of the Chattahoochee River." The bottom line of this article, and the bottom line from the opinions of the real estate experts and brokers, local experts and brokers they talk to, is that we need additional inventory in the Columbus housing market. The timing for this development is right, and it's something the community needs. This development will certainly have a very positive economic impact on the city and its citizens, including the creation of numerous construction jobs during a multi-year build-out phase process. It also provides substantial business for local subcontractors, electricians, plumbers, and others that support the construction industry. The development will also provide a substantial increase in the tax base for ad valorem tax purposes, thus providing a substantial economic return to the city without adversely affecting any existing infrastructure and without requiring any additional investment on the city's part. In fact, according to our calculations, we'll go from about $22,000 a year in property tax to well over $500,000 a year once the development is done. In addition, there'll be substantial sales tax receipts in connection with the purchase of tens of millions of dollars of construction materials as the development goes forward. We believe our variance request meets all the requirements and conditions for a variance under Section 7.8.1F, under Section 7.9.3A, as well as under Section Ordinance 18-39. Further, the failure to grant this ordinance would work an exceptional hardship on my clients, and the granting of this ordinance, again, will not interfere with the provision of city services. It will not inhibit the access of public safety vehicles. It will not result in extraordinary public expense, nor will it threaten or cause harm to the public. To allow this development to go forward will provide substantial benefits to this community, including much-needed housing inventory, tax revenue generation, and job creation. Therefore, we respectfully request that you approve our variance, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
We do have, Councilor Davis, do you want to wait until after staff? Okay, yeah. Councilor Davis's question or discussion. There we go.
Mr. Myers, thank you for the presentation. I've had an opportunity to look at this and to study it, to study the arguments, to study what exactly is going on. This project and this request it is in the district that I represent.
Right.
And we do need residential homes. We do need development. Our city needs that. I think the arguments that you've laid out today are, in fact, I agree with them, and it's my intent at this point to make a recommendation that we approve this variance request. Is exactly what this council put in place, a process where in situations like this where the applicants or the ones making the request in this case could come forward and present the case. I think you've done it well. I'm not going to, maybe my colleagues have some questions, I don't know, but I'm not going to go into detail. There's numerous developments in the district I represent that are just like the ones that we're talking about here. So I do agree with everything you presented, and I'll make a motion that we approve this variance request.
Okay, we've got a motion and second. Do we want to hear from staff, or are we good to go?
Well, if council members feel...
We need to hear from any opposition to.
Okay, and opposition too. So maybe just for the record, if you all want to...
Well, Madam Mayor, I think I've put our position on the record.
Okay.
The staff position, and so there's no need for me to call staff forward and would just say the things that I've said, and I want the mayor and council and Mr. Mize and Claude Scarborough to know that we support, obviously, rooftops and development. But we also have to do due diligence and ensure that public safety, public health is first and foremost. I often see stories on TV where there's a building or something that city staff and approved, and then something happens, and then the question becomes, why was it ever approved? Why did this happen? And so we needed to put all of that on the record to show that city staff have done their due diligence, and they've checked the industry, they've checked with other communities, and certainly there are some communities like Savannah and others that Mr. Mize pointed out that have no limit. But we just wanted to put all that on the record, and I have no problem with council moving forward because we need development. But we needed to say all of that so that if something were to happen, you will know that we did what we needed to do to make sure all is understood before moving forward. So I think with that, I don't need to call staff forward.
Okay. All right. Is there any opposition in the audience? Anyone who would like to be heard? Okay. All right. We have
Mayor,
Councilor.
let me just add one more thing. I just want it to be on record. I know that area very, very well. For all you that don't know, once upon a time, I lived right there in Stonewood for many, many years. So, and I've been all over that place out there. It's a wonderful place, and that's one of the reasons that I understand these arguments that are being presented. And I think that when you talk about acts of God, nobody can control those kind of things. They really can't. Anything could happen. Tornadoes, floods, things like that. But there's other things that there are accessible points that can, in case there's any emergencies, that can be reached. And I've traveled those points many times. Thank you.
All right. And Councilor Thomas, did you have anything? You're good? Okay. All right. That concludes discussion. And so if you would, I'm sorry. Yes, we've got Councilor Allen.
I know the council made a motion to approve, and the city attorney handed this out. Is this what we're voting on?
Right, that's a resolution that would approve the variance.
Okay, so if we vote in approval, then we would need to adopt this?
Correct, the one we passed out.
And Madam Mayor, I just, if I may, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I heard him mention 150 and lots, and what my staff report shows is that there are 58, an additional 85 would take it to 143. I just want to be clear that is it 150, is it 143, or?
This says up to, yeah, not to exceed.
Okay. Okay.
Not to exceed.
150.
Okay.
And it looks like this resolution has that limitation.
That's right. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted
Sure.
to clarify.
Mr. Mize, did you want to finish reading that before we take the vote? Or?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
Okay, yep. Okay, now we got Councilor Thomas. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say to the city manager and to the department heads, if you, in reading the UDO, believe that a project does not meet the requirements of the UDO, I believe that you are required, if you will, to deny it, which is what you did in this case. But then there is the section that says there can be a special exception, and that's what we have brought before council today to vote on. So I don't want the city manager or the department heads to stop doing what they are, I think, under the UDO required to do, to follow the UDO no matter where it leads. And then if the petitioner wants to request a special exception, that also is provided. So I just wanted to make that statement to you. Thank you.
All right, and I believe that concludes
I've read
discussion.
it.
Are you
It's
good?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, then, it is queued for electronic voting. You may record your votes. And that's got it. It does pass. Thank you. And so now what we'll do, thank you all. Claude will be thinking of you and your family. Congratulations. All good news. You bet. We're going to turn back to the city attorney and go to the city attorney's agenda at this time. Mr. Fay, you have an item for us?
We do have a couple, Mayor. The first one up is a resolution concerning issuance of revenue bonds by the Public Finance Authority. This is a Wisconsin authority that you visited before in June. They're coming back for an additional $3 million in bonds. And Ms. Shani Locken is here from the Parker Poe firm in Atlanta, if the council has any questions, but it is similar to what you did in June, just an additional funding added to that.
Okay, we've got a motion for approval. Do we have a second? Okay, we got a second. And now Councilor Davis to the motion.
I do have some questions, so if there is a representative, it might be good that you come up here. This kind of came to my attention. It seems like in the last year or so, we've had several of these that have come to this council, and I know that this has taken place in other states, other geographical areas, even though the projects that are being, the subject properties are here in Columbus and Muskogee County, and this is somewhat of a public approval requirement that goes along with the resolution of ultimately the issuance of tax-exempt bonds. It kind of strikes me now, it's kind of interesting that this vehicle of financing is deemed as a tax-exempt bond and is an exclusion off the gross income of the owner's bottom line. And, you know, we've had several of these that have, I think the one came with the Ralston, I think one just came from Brookstone Glen, which is right on the corner of Bradley Park and River Road, and now this one is right up the road. And I know in the past there's been some improvements being made on this subject property. And now there was a request for 4.9 that we approved, and now there's 3. And it seems like all these are coming in at such an excessive request of proceeds. And, you know, what I'm trying to see is just, you know, it struck me now, and I'm going to tell you, I'm in the business of development, okay, and I'm involved in creating projects from ground up, and I do property improvement plans on a regular basis as well, subject to requirements of the developments that I'm involved with. And it's similar in nature. When I really started thinking about it, it's similar in nature to what's being requested here, a 64-bed facility. And, you know, I'm just trying to figure out what, you know, how these, the mechanics of how these requests of financing is happening. And I'm not, this particular property, when was this property originally opened? When was the original opening of this property?
Yeah, I don't know the original opening of this property. This property was acquired by these 2 regional housing and community service entities earlier this year, approximately April of this year. And so, I know that you have questions about the number of TEFRA hearings that you're seeing come before you, but I can really only speak to this particular property. These 2 borrowers acquired the facility around April of this year. In June, when they came to you for the first TEFRA hearing and approval, that was to refinance the acquisition and to cover rehabilitation costs of the project. And we're coming to you now, and I'm here in my capacity as bond counsel on this transaction. We are coming to you again for a request for up to $3 million in additional financing, because when they got into the property and actually started doing the rehabilitation, they discovered that there were things that needed far more work than they originally expected. So just as an example, the fire sprinklers, they knew that they were going to need some upgrades to that system, but when they actually got in there and started working on them, they discovered that the previous owners had simply put in the fire sprinkler heads in the ceiling, and there was no actual system at all, and so they essentially had to start from scratch on that system, and there were other things that they discovered like that. And so the costs of the rehabilitation and the upgrades ended up being more than they originally requested in terms of tax-exempt financing.
So these things are coming to us, whether they're for improvements, whether for, and I call them PIPs, basically property improvement plans. The other two that came to us, that was the request, I believe. I don't think there was any acquisitions. Now you're telling me something that the property was acquired with the first request, and now they're coming back to do property improvements. How many square foot are we talking about in this 64-bed facility?
I'm sorry, I don't know the exact square footage of this property.
Okay. Are these requests, are these bonds being bundled in a portfolio and being sold out on the market?
The bonds are being purchased by a bondholder representative who is purchasing these bonds for investment funds that they manage.
Are they being put in portfolios?
Yes, in an investment fund, yes. They're not being resold after that, no. So not like a securitization, if that's what you're
No, I know what they are. I mean, I know what they are being sold in the market. I'm just wondering if they're being lumped together and bundled with a lot of different requests and then sold out on the market as tax-exempt bonds to the purchasers.
Yes, to the ultimate beneficial owners, yes.
And how long has this type financing been available out there to these type requests?
These tax-exempt bonds are being issued as 501c3 qualified tax-exempt bonds, and so this type of funding has been available for a long time. I don't know the exact date.
So this subject property is a nonprofit property?
The two borrowers, those two entities are the sole members of those entities are Regional Housing and Community Services Corporation, which is a 501c3 entity. Yes.
And how are you determining on the request of the amount on these bonds, what are they subject to? What are the requirements that you have to go through to come up with the 4.9 that we approved before, and now the $3 million here that we're talking about?
So the total cost is comprised of the acquisition cost of the facility in the first place when they first acquired it out of bankruptcy.
What's that based on?
That was the asset purchase price under the asset purchase agreement.
I understand, but how do they originate and get to that point?
I don't know the details of how they got to that acquisition price.
I'm assuming they have some appraiser come in and they appraise it, and then there's created a value, and then they're subject to some, is it 100% of the value, or what are we talking about here?
I would assume so. My firm was not involved in the acquisition side of the transaction. But yes, there was certainly, just as in every real estate development or acquisition transaction, there was, at the time of acquisition, there was a phase one, and there was a survey done. There's a title search and title policy on the property as well as.
Do we have any, when these requests come to us, do we have any additional information on the subject request and the cost and what's being presented to us on these improvements? I mean, do we have any supporting documents, or is this just come through and they ask us to approve it and it's approved?
Well, if I might note that there's no obligation to Columbus, Georgia.
No, I understand that, but you're asking a body to make a decision on an very interesting request. And like I said, I'm in the business and I'm trying to understand this a little bit better, what exactly we're being asked to do, because once it goes through us, a pass-through, and goes somewhere else, You know, I'm questioning, does the others know what's happening here as well? And I'll tell you, I think about 2008 and 2009 is what I think about. And I'm not sure how these things are being sold on the market, but if we're being a part of this, and we're seeing more and more of these, I think we need to understand them a little more in detail. That's my only point here. I'm not saying that I'm not going to approve your request today. I'm just very, very curious of this style of financing and why these requests are being made. I look at it as an excessive amount for the request for a 64-bed facility to do a property improvement plan, especially what is listed here is to be done. What you just stated with the fire suppression system and all. I mean, we've...
Well, and that's certainly not the only rehabilitation that was contemplated.
I realize, but you could probably tear that thing down and rebuild it for the amount you've requested. You realize that, right?
I don't think that they're expecting the full $3 million, but they did want to be careful about not having to come back, frankly.
Well, when you look at
and so
$8 million in total for this property, you could probably tear it down and rebuild it for the same amount and have a brand-new facility. That's why I'm questioning it. And, you know, I'm curious about the square footage in this property and the amount being requested, what that equates to based on a cost per square foot for these improvements. And like I said, I've been by this property before, and there's a lot of improvements that have already been made. Now there's been an
That's right.
acquisition, and now there's more requests for more improvements. We just had a request for $8 million on Brookstone Glen. Now, y'all think about that. Does everybody get the picture of Brookstone Glen in their mind? That I don't even think they have like 25, 30 beds in that facility. It's a memory care facility. And unless they're going to do some serious expansion that I don't know about, I question what the request, the type of money we're talking about, what is it being used for? To this day, on that one, I haven't seen any start of improvements. So I think this body does have the right to ask questions on these versus just signing off on them. And normally I would, if it was one every 2 or 3 years, you know, it might slip on through, but we've had a lot of these lately. So it just, you know, it raises question marks in my mind. So you're telling me these improvements are going to be made?
They've already started. My understanding is that on all of the properties in this particular portfolio,
Well, I don't think
they've done, I believe, about 60% of the work, and they're hoping to finish by the end of the year, I believe.
So are you telling me that they're now cashing out and they're taking their money out of the project?
No, they're not cashing out. They will continue to own and operate the facility. The money is to complete the rehabilitations.
Well, if they're already doing that and they've already paid for it and they're paying for it, what are they going to do with the new money?
They haven't completed the rehabilitation, and as I explained, that they've discovered as they were in the process of the construction work that it was going to be more involved than they were originally expecting.
I rode by that property this morning, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of activity there. But that's why I'm asking you, do you have any information that shows exactly the request of what you're asking us to do and what's going to be done on the subject property?
I'm happy to provide you with additional details. I don't have all of the specific rehabilitation items. If you want an itemized list, I can certainly obtain that for you.
Does anybody, Ms. City Attorney, does your office look into this kind of stuff? Does anybody, any of our departments look into this kind of stuff?
We prepare it for your approval, but there is absolutely no obligation of the city as far as backing any of these bonds. So they may have some records in tax assessor's office about the appraisal or any code violations in Mr. Hutchison's office, but there's no formal package other than the request that comes to us.
Do you understand why I'm asking these questions?
I do, and I think as the city attorney emphasized, there is no obligation. And so this process, this part of the process under the IRS regs, the requirement to have the public hearing, which was held yesterday, and then to come before you for approval of the bonds, the underlying purpose of it is mainly for the community to know what projects are taking place in your community and to have an opportunity to provide any comments. But in terms of any financial obligation, there is none to Columbus.
Well, and I understand that, but this is somewhat shadowy. And, when I look at this, I look at people coming in, buying these projects and all, and then cashing out on these stuff, and then taking the burden and passing it on out on the market and selling it to somebody else. What are these bonds going to be worth one day?
They're worth the principal.
They can pay the interest, it's tax, they can pay the interest, but what are these bonds ultimately going to be worth? That's the question. And this property is probably 30-plus years old. So it's already probably gone through financing, money's been taken out of these projects left and right, and now it seems like it's occurring a lot. These requests are for an excessive amount of money, and I'm just wondering if people are cashing out on these things and finding a convenient way to put it out on the market.
I politely disagree with the suggestion that they are cashing out.
I have to ask those questions because it's part of a public process.
Certainly.
If I'm signing off on it, I don't want to be a part of that kind of stuff, so that's why I'm asking these questions.
No, I understand, and I'm certainly happy to provide additional information. I don't necessarily have the answers to every one of your questions today with me, but I'm happy to get that additional information from the borrowers directly about how exactly they plan to use the funds. And the more specific questions you're able to give me in writing, I can go back and get that specific information for you about those funds and about the rehabilitation that they are doing. Clearly, you have more knowledge of how development projects work than the average person. But I will say that these borrowers are very experienced in this in the practice of running assisted living facilities, and I will say that I certainly understand people's concerns about shadowy practices for assisted living facilities. That's a concern that we all have, especially if we have a family member who needs to be in an assisted living facility. And so I'm actually really very happy to know that these borrowers purchased this facility out of bankruptcy. And I know that the previous owners did not do a good job of running this facility, and that's why they ran into bankruptcy in the first place. And so these borrowers, this management company, they have a lot of experience in running assisted living facilities, and they have a good track record.
You said that the property was purchased out of bankruptcy?
Yes, it was.
And you needed 4.9 for a 64-bed facility?
Like I said, I can't speak to exactly how they got to that number.
Well, here's, I've just had to ask these questions today, and I know you're an attorney firm that's pulling all this stuff together, and then ultimately it'll be pushed out on the market. There's other people involved, okay? Everybody gets a cut of it. But I would suggest, Mr. City Attorney and Mr. City Manager, I would suggest that when we have these requests come to us, that we have a little more information, that we find out. There needs to be some accountability from that standpoint, this body can either just sign off on these things, or we can do our due diligence in respect to the public. That's what this is we're signing off for the public. And I guess without it, it can't be done. But with our approval, it can be done. So we're actually a part of whatever is taking place. Hopefully it's good, but, I have a lot of questions now, which just seems, like I said, there just seems to be a lot of them coming up. And it's they're real interesting in nature and how they're being done, and the amount of the requests and all. I think there's other developers that are in this room too, and I think they're probably asking the same questions. So thank you, ma'am, for being patient and answering and listening to some of my concerns.
You're welcome.
Councilor Mike Baker.
Ma'am, could I ask you one quick question before you go, please, ma'am? Thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize. It just follows up on something Councilor Davis says. I know they're issued or approved to the Public Finance Authority.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if any detailed information goes to them that we might could get copied on, as far as the details Councilor Davis was mentioning, the specifics of the deal?
The specifics of the rehabilitation work, or the,
Whatever's behind the bond request?
yes, they have their own application process that they require. So certainly information about the project and the location and the sizing, that goes to the Public Finance Authority. And I will say that the bond purchaser does a fairly detailed amount of due diligence on their side as well, into the actual financials of the project.
We may be able to get some information from the Finance Authority as what's behind the deal. Thank you, that's all. Thank you, I'm fine.
Senator, did you want to say something?
Just to acknowledge to Councilor Davis, I was in the back, but I did hear your request, and we'll make sure we do as you've requested.
So this is on the table for approval. Do we want to get a motion today?
We have a motion and a second,
Okay.
and that concludes discussion unless there's a motion to pull it or suspend it. Okay? All right, well then you may record your votes electronically. And it does pass.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Locken, for being here. Councilor Allen, didn't you want to make a motion regarding the take-home car committee?
A second, we've got Councilor Allen, I've got Councilor Baker let up, but. Okay. Okay, good. Councilor Baker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. There was some discussion at the last council meeting about the take-home car committee and have it looking at some of our policies, and I was just going to make a motion that we reinstate that and appoint Councilors Woodson, Thomas, House, and Allen to that. Thank you.
Okay, can we get a second and a vote on that?
Okay, we've got a second. There appears to be no discussion. All those in favor, please state aye. Are there any opposed? Okay.
Okay, that passes. When the committee meets, if you would just let the clerk know so she can post a notice of the meeting.
Okay.
Mayor, the only other thing we asked for is an executive session on litigation and personnel. Shouldn't take very long.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, well, we've got quite a lengthy public agenda, so we're going to go ahead and move to that. I want to call forward first Raquela Hickey, who would like to speak to us about Corliss Renee's Veterans Life Network. Hello, how are you? Good morning. All right, good morning. We will go ahead and set the timer. I'll need you to state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes. There'll be a buzzer warning at that time, and then if you need another 5 minutes, we can provide that as well. So welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, and good morning, Councilman. My name is Raquela Michelle Hickey, and I am the founder and owner of Corliss Renee Veterans Life Network Incorporated. With me today, I have my Chief of Operations, and her name is Dr. Charlena Morton, and she's going to continue on with the presentation.
Good morning. Hope that you all are well. Well, I come to you from Birmingham, Alabama, and I'm working with Corliss Renee Veterans Life Network as the COO, and I'm excited to be a part of such an outstanding project. Raquela has a great deal of information that she wants to share with you all. Now, we actually submitted a presentation. Are we able to play? Okay, well, great. Well, I shouldn't have to say much other than we'd like to share with you the history, the concept, the passion, and the vision of Corliss Renee Veterans Life Network.
Corliss Renee Veterans Life Network. You served us, let us serve you. 1 out of 4 homeless men have served our country. In its 2017 annual homeless assessment report to Congress, The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, estimated that just over 40,000 veterans were homeless on a single night in January of that year. Of those, about 9% were women, out of a population of more than 2 million veterans. Families are often missed when volunteers head out to count homeless individuals. Veterans with families often stay with friends, known as doubling up, or are forced to fragment, parents and kids to stay with family while they go to a shelter. Plus, some females who are homeless and the head of their household don't identify as veterans. They may not be eligible for Veteran Affairs benefits or are unclear about available services. While growing up in Atlanta, Georgia, my mom would drive me under the bridges of I-20 and 75 daily. I always noticed women and men living under the bridges. I asked my mom, "Why are these people living and sleeping under the bridges?" She stated that not all people are fortunate to have a roof over their head like we do. I started asking more questions. How do they eat? Where do they work? What happens when it rains? How can I help? She started to answer my questions by saying they either ask for food or it's given to them for free. Some of them may work, some may not, and they have to cover up when it rains if the overpass is not wide enough. She said that I can help by donating food, clothes, time, and not taking things in life for granted. I said in my head with tears in my eyes, when I grow up, I want to help the homeless men and women as much as I could. Well, I grew up and joined the United States Army, retired, and still noticed homeless people on the streets 40 years later. I listened to what my mom, Corliss Renee Rozier, said and decided to open a facility for homeless veterans called Corliss Renee Veterans Life Network. CRVLN's facility will be stationed in Columbus, Georgia, and accommodate veterans only. The number of people in this area is increasing on a daily basis, which is advantageous to increasing patronage. CRVLN's proposed facility will consist of classrooms, a computer lab, library, recreational room, a kitchen and cafeteria, nurse's office, security office, a lobby area, exercise room and conference room, a mail room, a covered and uncovered courtyard. Also, the building will house females and males separately with their own laundry area. The building will also house families. CRVLN will provide housing and life skill training for veterans. They will be greatly celebrated with all sense of importance through creation of excellent relationships that will enhance and enrich our service. CRVLN seeks to provide quality of life to our veterans that are homeless and empower them to live as independently as possible. More importantly, maintain excellent relationships that enrich and enhance the lives of our veterans who have served us. Our services include veterans benefit counseling, safe housing accommodations, food and clothing assistance, life skills training, vocational training, and employment assistance. What makes Corliss Renee Veterans Life Network different and special is that we will offer help for individuals in crisis situations to instill dignity and break the cycle of dependence. Corliss Renee Veterans Life Network is a 501c3 tax-exempt charitable organization. Please help in serving those who have served us. All donations are tax deductible, and we will be located right here in Columbus, Georgia.
as we mentioned, this was just a quick overview of the housing, education, and services that Corliss Renee's Foundation will offer. And we're just seeking the support of the City Council and the Mayor, the City of Columbus as a whole, in this effort. And primarily, if we can, at a later date, secure an opportunity to sit down and talk about blighting areas, perhaps where there may be a school that's closed that needs life put back into it. Now, we're looking at grant writers who we've already secured and some other charitable events. But we really like to talk more about perhaps putting life back into dead properties that could be around the city in either one of your districts.
All right. We have the Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay, when you're finished. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, there are a few things that I just want to remind you. We are a 501c3 tax-exempt Georgia charitable organization. We have applied and we have a registration number to be a Georgia charitable organization. We also are a private organization of Fort Benning. So we're able to go on Fort Benning and do fundraisers as well as have meetings and any other events that we need to have on Fort Benning. So we were approved for that. In the packet that I gave you, there's an invitation. Our first event will be December 1st, 2018 at the National Infantry Museum, where we've chosen 8 families from Fort Benning and their brigades chose them. And we're gonna donate toys, Christmas trees, and decorations to those 8 families. So you're welcome to come if you would like, and those invitations are there. The last and not least, but I would like to let you know that all donations are tax deductible because we are a 501c3 tax exempt organization. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, we have the Mayor Pro Tem.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to say, from hearing this is a good project. And thank you for what you're doing to help veterans. And I know Councilor Barnes is going to say something about it. But, anything we can do to help our veterans is well worth it. And this is giving back. And you don't have to do it. You do it because you care. And I just want to say thank you, and thank you for bringing this to Columbus.
All right, we have Councilor Barnes.
I just want to say thank you. Unfortunately, not enough's being done for a lot of our veterans. In fact, on CNN, they did something where everyone from the average citizen needs to step up to the plate and show appreciation to the women and men whose job it is to maintain the precious freedoms that we have here, because freedom is not free. And so we have an organization here that's working, Pat Frey, and there are a number of homeless veterans here in Columbus. And so we just appreciate you starting an organization. It starts with doing something good, by the way, as you very well know, starts with just one person. And a lot of people are afraid to when the good Lord inspires them to do something, to step out. And so it always makes me feel good when I see an individual that works on an inspiration. It takes a lot of courage, it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of planning, contacting individuals that can help you because you can't do it all. And then, of course, enlisting the aid of individuals who can help. So definitely appreciate where your heart is at and what you're doing for our veterans.
Right. We have Councilor Thomas.
Ms. Hickey, do you, in the material that you gave us and in what you've presented, do you have yet a location for this, for the facility that you're trying to put together?
No, ma'am, we do not have a location. We are in the process of looking. We've contacted the zoning area for Columbus, and she told us what areas that we're able to look in. But I also was riding down the street and seen a building where it used to be, I guess it's Edgewood Student Services that they said that was for sale. So I got some information on that, but I think somebody's here supposed to get voted on today. So, so we're still looking for locations. Either we're looking for a location that we can reconstruct, or we are looking to build. So we're looking for gifted land or a gifted building.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you. The timing couldn't be better for this, actually, with just having had Veterans Day and our honoring of our important veterans. And of course, you've come to the right community, as you can tell. So thank you so very much for what you all are doing.
Thank you for having us.
Let us know how we can help in the future.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Next, we have Mr. Fred Shepard, who would like to speak to us about feeding the Valley. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here, Madam Mayor, councilors. In particular, would like to thank Councilor Barnes for conversations we had recently that led for me to be here to tell you a little bit about Feeding the Valley, what we do and how we do it and how it impacts the community in a positive way. To begin with, our history, we celebrated our 35th anniversary this year. Started with a load of 1,400 pounds of food in a pickup truck that came back to Columbus. Based on, from those humble beginnings, we're now distributing 9 million pounds of food every year to those in need in a large coverage area. We cover 14 counties altogether. We go up to north to Troop, east to Sly, south to Clay, and we have Russell County in Alabama as well. 50% of what we distribute is here in Muskogee County, another 12% in Russell County. So right here in the local community, nearly 2/3 of what we distribute go in the very close proximate community. To begin with, as well, what are the needs and why a food bank? Well, the fact is that 1 in 6 adults, 1 in 5 children are chronically hungry here in our community. Those numbers are pretty consistent across the U.S. That means you have 41 million Americans that are chronically hungry, do not have an idea where their next meal is coming from or how they're going to feed their family going forward. So that's sort of the demand side. The supply side is also a staggering set of numbers. 40% of the food produced in the U.S. every year is wasted. 62 million tons that comes to at a cost of $220 billion to produce. So we view hunger as a solvable problem because it is. There is a food supply out there. And obviously there's a large demand in our country. So it is our job in food banking to get that food from the supply chain to those in need. And that's what we work on doing every day. So how the food bank works. We basically go out and gather and distribute food to feed the hungry. Our trucks are on regular routes to all the food donors in our area, be it retailers, be it manufacturers, or farmers within the region to collect food. All of our retail establishments, there are 22 in our service area, donate on a regular basis. So we bring all that food back to the food bank, inspect it, sort it, and then make it available for use in one of several programs. The biggest is food distribution. We work with 285 partner agencies, typically other churches, other charities, a lot of United Way organizations, Boys and Girls Club, and they come to us and purchase the food from us for a low shared maintenance fee, 19 cents a pound, about 1/10 the cost of wholesale, and take it back to their church or their community center and either prepare meals or help individuals with boxes of food. There are a number of folks in our community cannot get to a food pantry. They're elderly, they're disabled, they're shut in. So our mobile pantry program takes food to them. We have volunteers pack 20-pound boxes of food, and our trucks go on regular routes to 41 different sites throughout the community, distribute 8,000 boxes of food each month. Each family, between dry goods, produce, meat, and dairy, will get about 50 to 60 pounds of food as a supplement to their resources to help them feed themselves and feed their family. And kids feeding programs are really at the heart of what we do. As I said, 1 in 5 kids are chronically hungry. We know that kids that are under those conditions are 20% behind their peers in their pursuit of academic success. They're going to miss school more often. When they're in school, they're going to fall asleep, have headaches, stomach aches, all things that detract from learning. So we're here to help with that. Our Kids Cafe program feeds 1,600 kids a day a hot afternoon meal in 28 different sites throughout Muskogee and Russell County. Many kids, as we know, otherwise wouldn't eat during the evening hours. We also have a backpack program. If kids are hungry in the evening hours, then they're certainly very hungry over the weekends. So we provide backpacks of food that go home with kids on Friday, so they have food for the weekend. And they do that each week of the 38 weeks of the school year. About 1,500 backpacks through 30 different elementary schools are helping get kids the nourishment they need to have a chance to succeed. We do some work with veterans as well. We work with the VA in Tuskegee to provide boxes of food, to provide a starter supply of personal items for individuals in need. So I just say thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to present to you, and certainly we'll take any questions.
Great. Thank you. We so appreciate what you do. I tell you what, like you were just saying, you give more bang for the buck than any organization I think I have ever seen. So, but anyway, there's a lot of other folks that want to commend you for your efforts. We've got Counselor, let's see here, Pops Barnes.
Frank, I took a tour yesterday. I was just flabbergasted at all that you do. Last month in Louisville, Kentucky, my wife and I went, and hunger, it's shocking what the hunger situation here in this country is. And, you know, I'm involved in senior affairs. How many seniors are really hurting, that have to make grave decisions on whether to purchase their medication or to purchase food. So I'm just going through your programs and talking to Carlene. She took me on a tour, even went into the freezer. I'm happy that you moved to a new location because you can store more. You have more space and you have the ability to expand. But, you know, the number of I don't know, I'm hoping I'm not the only one to realize that all the organizations that are out in the community, they're getting their food from you.
Yes.
And so you're really helping a number of organizations in their individual missions to feed the hungry.
Thank you, Counselor. Yes, and we really speak to the collective impact we have on the community as we bring so many other organizations together to help. And I'm glad that you got an opportunity to see our new facility.
Oh, she did a marvelous job. Now, there are a number of things that I highlighted on this sheet right here that I really wanted to let our viewing public really realize the scope, your scope and your mission. Because to be perfectly honest with you, Frank, I didn't up until, I thought I had an idea, but in all honesty, I didn't. So just to go over some of the things I highlighted yesterday, and I would like for you to reiterate on.
Sure.
Is first of all, the counties. You serve, 14 counties here?
That's correct.
And there is one county here that is the poorest in the nation. And I won't mention it because I don't want to, but you know which one that is.
Correct.
The poorest county in the nation. And you have another one here that is the second.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, that's alarming to have something like that, you know, but the richest country on the face of the earth. I do like the fact that you do have a number of partners who will bring, and we do waste a lot of food, but I'm really happy that you are active in going to places and food that they would normally discard, you bring that's still good, frozen, optimal temperatures, which I'm very impressed with as a healthcare professional, that you really maintain in transportation when you pick up things to optimal temperature so that the safety is maintained. Okay, there was a 14 county. The children's food programs, please talk again about the Kids Cafe.
Sure. It's 28 different sites in the community. We feed kids every day. We have a 3,000 square foot commercial kitchen in our new facility. 3 ladies make all those meals every day. They go out in warming units and all the temperatures are monitored. to sites which have warming units on the back end. 2 of them in our public housing facilities, 2 of our larger ones at Wilson and Canty. And then at a number of, sorry?
There's 2 of them, isn't there?
Yeah, Wilson and Canty, yes.
And Wilson and Canty, yeah. Mhm.
And then at a number of other sites at, say, community centers, Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, many other places that we serve as well. So about average 1,600 kids a day. In the summer, it's about 2,700 kids a day.
That's awesome. I also found out that you, at individual schools, there are definitely schools where you have the food bank in the school itself.
That's correct. We've started school pantries, so the kids have, supplies at any time of the day. If they're late coming into school, they can grab something for breakfast. If they have personal items that they need at their house, then we have an inventory there. So 2 of our local schools, we have school pantries in. We're working with a federally funded program, Communities in Schools, that are expanding that. We have 3 more that are going to go in the Troup County area later this month, and we hope to continue to expand that. So it gives children the access to food and other personal items, and it maintains their dignity too.
And what really blew me away, all that you are doing blew me away. What really blew me away is your weekend backpack program. When I talked to Carlene, I told her I was going to ask you that you did repeat it, but sometimes when you slow down and you hit each thing individually, it allows people to really absorb it. Sure. Talk about this program, because this is near and dear. All of them are important to me. Sure. This one really took for all of you to think outside the box on something like this here. Would you explain about this weekend backpack program?
Sure. Well, we work with a number of partners that go to their local school, typically they're partners in education school, and say, I want to sponsor a backpack for the most chronically hungry kids. The administrators identify those children, and then we provide the food to the partners, who then package them and take the literally backpacks full of food, about 8 to 10 kid-friendly but nutritious items, so kids can access them themselves, not anything that they have to necessarily prepare as a meal. And each Friday, those backpacks go to 30 different elementary schools, about 1,500 total, and sent home with kids so that they have, some nutrition over the weekend.
As I said, I was in Louisville, Kentucky last month. My wife last week and we were in Savannah. So this is just nationwide.
It is.
And I was there for both occasions for highlighting senior hunger and how huge something like this is. But let me tell you what was something really, at yesterday's trip, and I walked the whole area, and I would encourage every counselor here, if you haven't been, to go out there. It's something. I was encouraged to hear how many individuals have taken it upon themselves to even be proactive in some of the land that we have here and starting gardens. Mm-hmm. And in our conversation, it's funny how you can learn things. In our conversation, I was told that there are a number of young people that are starting gardens in order to feed the hungry here.
Correct.
And I was told of a young lady that I know someone here knows pretty much about. When her name was mentioned, her name is Shalaya. She has started a garden.
Correct.
But she also, with a group of friends, driving to Florida, taking food weekly to the individuals impacted by Michael. And that particular person is Shalaya Davis. I know you are proud of that young lady. And could you speak about your, I think, Glenn, that this is awesome, that she's taken it up. I know you're familiar. I was really happy to hear something like this here. Number of young folks just getting involved. Not surprised, because the energy comes from the young generation, that they have taken upon themselves to do the gardens, to bring things to you additional. And in her case, she and some friends are leaving every weekend to take food to Florida. Could I have you say something like that's your daughter?
I got it. It's on. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks, Pops. I'm really proud of my daughter and my grandson. My grandson
and your grandson too?
as well. But I have to tell you, it's a team. And they formed a little group called Columbus Acts. But they've been going down and helping the people in need. And I'm just really proud of my daughter and all of them. And Mr. Shepherd, I just want to thank you. Going down there and trying to help is one thing, but they got to have another resource to help them meet the needs on the other end. I can tell you that the food that your organization has supplied to the people in need down in Georgia and Florida has just been incredible, and the amount of people they've been able to feed that's in need. You really don't understand it until you're in the middle of it, in the midst of it. You really don't. You know, it's easy to look from the outside in, but when you're there, it's a whole different story. So if anything, I just want to say thank you for all you do for our community, not just our community, but the extension and recognizing the need of others and working together in collaborative efforts to help out. And there's a lot of willing people, but they need help from each other, and you guys have been good at fitting that piece of the puzzle. So I thank you. Appreciate that.
And talk about the Thanksgiving now. We have to talk about that, what you're doing Thanksgiving with turkeys and all.
To help those less fortunate, we're going to cook 1,500 hot Thanksgiving meals with the help of some volunteers. We call it the Big Gobble. So we're looking for folks that will come in as early as 5 o'clock that morning, and we're going to make hot meals, get them out in the community. They'll be out to everyone by 12 noon or 1, so our volunteers can go home and enjoy Thanksgiving Day with their families. So just another outreach service.
Well, my wife and I will be volunteering, and make sure you give us where we're supposed to be going on that particular day.
We'll do that.
Now, what can the community do to help you? I notice a number of volunteers. There's one gentleman, a senior citizen, that's been coming every day for years. I think his name is Mr.
Mr. Burr.
Mr. Burr,
yes.
awesome.
And
He was
he's there every
tirelessly
day.
working yesterday. What can we do? What can the community do to help you feed the hungry? What can we do?
Volunteerism is a big part of our operation. Volunteers donate about 24,000 hours to us every year. That's equivalent of 12 more employees. So, individuals, corporate groups, civic groups want to come out and, have a team building exercise or a lunch and learn and see the food bank and hear about it, can do that. Food donations, food drives are very big to us. At this time of year, we're going to distribute about 2 million pounds of food in the months of November and December. So a replenishment of the inventory is great to us. So food drives can be done by individuals, churches, corporate groups. So that's very big as well.
And of course, nothing happens in life, no matter where your heart is at. You can't do anything about those dead presidents. I mean, it happens. I mean, that's a core part of life. You can't do anything. So I'm adding that so you don't have to say it.
Well, thank you. Yes, financial donations are every dollar donated provides 6 meals in our kids' feeding program. So
because I
every
hear
dollar
that
goes a long way.
you're in need of another vehicle. You're in need of another truck.
Sure. We always look for and solicit capital donations. Our refrigerated trucks are expensive.
Parts, free labor, anything,
Right.
anything
Right.
that you can do to help out.
Absolutely.
And just thank you and Carlene and everyone there, all the volunteers, Shalea Davis, for what she does, because it is a serious, hunger is a serious problem. And just thank you so much. We'll be there, I think it's next, when you need my truck.
Be weekend after, or a week from Thursday.
Okay, so we'll be there.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Shepherd, I just want to say thank you for all you do on your organization. I'm a member of Revelations Missionary Baptist Church, so I know firsthand what you do.
Thank you.
And the Kids Backpack Program is wonderful. And it's so nice that we're able to work with you and help people.
Thank you, Councilor.
And just
Appreciate
keep
it.
up the good work.
Thank you.
And if anybody has any questions about trying to contact them, Mr. City Manager, we can make sure we get this information on our government access channel, the Feeding the Valley program.
Okay.
No more questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Ms. Teresa Alamine.
Yes, and I could use some help from Brittany or Lindsay to pass out. And it may be slightly more than 22, but there should be one for everybody. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Teresa Elamine, 3911 Steam Mill Road. It seems that it's that season where charity abounds, and charity is so important. The Southern Anti-Racism Network works for change. What I have learned over the years is that charity must be accompanied by a real political will for change. The United Nations has declared an end to poverty by the year 2030. The United States is a place that has a lot of poverty, surprisingly, and as we know, a lot of hunger. And the Southern Anti-Racism Network has been working for change for 20 years, and our focus is on ending racial disparities in 5 areas: the criminal justice system, economic opportunities, education, environment/housing, which means ending homelessness, and health care. Those are the 5 injury areas that we have been working on for 20 years. And we are celebrating our 20th anniversary beginning this month. Our first celebration was in Durham, North Carolina on November 9th. Mayor Steve Schewel is a member of the Southern Anti-Racism Network and has been a member since before he was on the school board. He went from the school board to city council, and now he's mayor. So he issued a proclamation that November 9th was Southern Anti-Racism Network Day in the city of Durham. Let all the citizens support that observance, and that was wonderful. The Mayor Pro Tem, who read the proclamation at our event on November 9th, is a young woman that I knew when she was an undergrad, and there she was, the Mayor Pro Tem. And so it was a great day in Durham, North Carolina on November 9th. And our program booklet, which you have a copy of, shows some of the important events that I thought we should acknowledge. 2 events at the bottom that happened here in Columbus, the March to Stop the Violence. So many of those these days, but that was in 2016. And then the On the Table event in 2017, which is very important because it's a part of the Building a Village project. And I just want to give a special thanks of support to Council Member John House and his beautiful wife, Marilyn, and Council Member Baker for his support, Council Member Woodson, and Council Member Huff. You will see your ads in our program book, and thank you so much. And the one thing that we're doing, our Columbus celebration, is going to take place on November 15th. I sent out a notice to all of you at the end of October. It is not a y'all come event, so people in the public beware, it's a private event. We invited all of the city council members as well as all of the school board members to come out and enjoy dinner with us at the Golden Corral. And that's going to take place Thursday, November 15th. And so I did send out another note to the mayor yesterday as a reminder. She's already said she can't be there, and she told me that. But Mimi Woodson is planning on being there, Councilmember Woodson, to accept the award that Mayor Tomlinson is receiving. And I'd just like to read. This is the proof of the award. The award itself is about 10 inches high. It is absolutely beautiful. And at some point, I hope that we will have an opportunity to take a picture with Mayor Tomlinson holding her award. I guess that's a 5-minute acknowledgement but the award says Southern Anti-Racism Network presents Building a Village Visionary Award to Teresa Pike Tomlinson, November 15, 2018, which is when the award will be presented on this coming Thursday. And the words at the bottom are the mayor's words. And, oh, there she is. And so the mayor has given me so much encouragement in spite of all the ups and downs and the various acrimonious events. What the mayor said to me in a special note: the Building a Village initiative represents promise for our children, their parents, and the educational challenges inherent in our society. I applaud your mobilizing to address these challenges and wish you much success. Imagine what success looks like. If you can dream it, it can certainly be achieved. Mayor Teresa Pike Tomlinson, Columbus, Georgia. And she wrote that note on October 26, 2012. And so we wanted her to know that that has given us inspiration over these very difficult 6 years, because Columbus is a tough town. And I've organized in many places around the country, but it has been a tough town. But we're not giving up. The 5-year plan I came here to work on because, quite frankly, I didn't come to stay. The 5-year plan has become a 10-year plan. So I'm here for sure till the end of 2020. That's the commitment. That's the commitment. I'm here till the end of 2020. And by the way, Madam Mayor, I saw you on AM Joy on Saturday. You were looking great. I think she's your best friend right about now. And so I just want everyone to know, and I really need to hear from you. I've heard regrets from Councilmember Baker that he can't make it. I haven't heard from most of you as to whether or not you can make it out. And I do want to extend a special invitation to Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin, because she works with youth and children, and there will be plenty of children and parents at Golden Corral. And you can't beat this deal, folks. We like to break bread together. And so there is no charge for coming. And I worked out a great deal with John, who is the general manager at the Golden Corral. And so we can afford to feed 48 people, thanks to the generous donations, which in large part, friends, comes from North Carolina. And so North Carolina has been supporting our expansion project and supporting the work we do here in Columbus for the most part all these years. And so it's never too late to give your support. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Barnes. There is an envelope there that you can give your support, and I'm sure everyone else received that same envelope, so thank you very much. And I'm just so encouraged by the Nazareth Baptist Church Social Justice Ministry. We have a partner in the community now. So the Southern Anti-Racism Network and the Nazareth Baptist Church are partners in the Building a Village project, and you can certainly read about it at our website, and you can certainly read a little bit more about it in the program booklet that we have. Our culminating event for the 20th anniversary will be June 28th through 30th in Atlanta at the Atlanta Crown Plaza Airport Hotel. It will be a national conference where we will have an education summit, and Mayor, we're going to have a women's liberation summit on that Friday. I know how much you are enjoying this year of the women here, aren't we all? And so, so we'll have a women's liberation summit on that Friday to talk about the disparities that women still face in the workplace and so forth. So I know my time is running out, but I hope you'll enjoy our program booklet. And Councilmember Baker, I am so glad that you did give me that picture. Don't you look wonderful? You look absolutely wonderful. You haven't looked at it yet. Well, everybody, please enjoy the program booklet. We'll have another one in June, so there'll be many more opportunities for all of you to be in the program booklet. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilor Barnes, did you have?
Yeah, I grabbed the envelope because I will not be here. I'll be out of town again. You heard me mention about hunger issues. I'm really on top of this hunger for not only for children but for seniors. So, but I picked this up. So I'll be sure to make a donation.
Well, thank you, sir.
Because I will not be here. But I do want to make a comment too. Also,
yes, sir.
You have been in the fight for diversity and for women and for minorities a long time, and I appreciate it. I did my research, and I appreciate all the work that you are doing. Glad to hear that you're extending your stay and whatever. And I will make sure that I make a donation to you.
Well, thank you so much, Councilmember Barnes. And thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, we've got Councilor Huff.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
I always want to keep you updated where I am. I won't be able to make it. I'll be in a District 8 meeting in Georgetown on Thursday.
Okay.
But I'll follow up with you and do whatever I need to do to help out.
Well, thank you so much, because your district is a place where we need to really talk.
That's right.
And I really appreciate that you are so accessible to the community. And I will be in touch.
All right.
Because the village is everything south of Macon Road. So it's taking in all those schools on Benning Drive. It's taking in the Rothschilds Middle School, where lots of students get suspended every year. Okay. And so, yes, the village south of Macon Road, that's the geography that we're working on. Okay. It's a crime prevention effort as well in terms of building a village, so please know that.
Okay, thank you. I'll be in contact.
Thank you.
Okay, and we've got Councilor Garrett.
Ms. Eltman, I also want to thank you for what you do. We actually have the direct services benefit dinner that night too, and I'm on the board of that. It's Meals on Wheels, but I hope your event goes very well, and I know we're thinking about you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Well, thank you, and I'm looking to when Councilmember Woodson is still going to be there to accept for you the award that we're giving out on Thursday for you.
Yes, that is the case. I do, but she had to step out, but whatever arrangements were made, I have heard no different. So if it changes, I'll personally let you know.
Because she will bring it to you, and we will come to your office at some point to get a picture with you.
Well, thank you.
Before
we'll make sure
you are
that
not mayor anymore. We want to get a picture with you.
We'll get it
so
done.
So a few of us will come and do that. I'll call for an appointment.
Wonderful. We'll get it done. Thank you so much,
Thank
Ms.
you so
Elman.
much.
All right, next we have Annette Adams, who has a neighbor complaint. Is Ms. Adams here?
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, how are you? If you just state your name and address, please. And we're going to put time on.
Rather not state my address.
Okay, you just state your name, and how about the street you live on? We just need to make sure, we need to know whether it's in Columbus or not.
It is, I promise you it is.
Okay.
It's off Veterans Parkway, behind the Walmart Marketplace. off
Okay, we're good.
Manchester, Okay?
Thank you.
And my name is Annette Adams. Just recently, this past Friday, at 5:20 in the morning, shots were fired, 5 shots. It's the gang activity that's going on in that neighborhood, and they just don't seem to quit. And once they shoot the guns, they pick up the bullets. I've sat on my porch and watched this. I've watched sale of drugs. I've watched sale of guns, because they're in the cases and all. And then the guy that lives across the street from me, he's got a wooden fence put up, wooden picket fence, and he's got all kinds of stuff there. And down the street from where I live, there's Daphne's, and they have a lot of rats and rodents, so I call constantly for the, I have health issues, so it takes me a minute.
Sure, that's fine. You just take your time.
I have to have them exterminate, put the bait in the sewers. And there's children in the area, and the children can't play in the yards with the other neighbor kids because of the gang activity. And this has gotten ridiculous because before that, the guy that's in the gang and all and selling the drugs, he got shot, but he won't tell who did it. Either he shot himself or somebody shot him. And on the corner of Holly and Neal, there's another house that's where the gun activity went off on this past Friday. And people are talking about moving that own their own homes, and we're good neighbors. And we're good law-abiding citizens, and we shouldn't have to go through this.
Right.
And the police, when I come back Friday, I seen him, because I had her out in the yard and she was barking. And if things are like, if somebody's in your yard and I lived across the street from you, she would let me know that there's something going on outside if I'm in the house. You know, she does a lot for me, my service dog. And she was letting me know that someone was outside that was not supposed to be close to the property or on somebody else's property. And I went out to the door to see what was going on, and it was the police officer handcuffing a lady because she was trying to break in the neighbor's house. So I commend them very much for catching them. And I do have a house watch, but they say you have to renew it every so often. This is an ongoing thing with these certain landlords here, written to these people that are in the gang activity, and it's marked around in the neighborhood, and I don't know what else to do because my neighbor said they've tried and nobody ever listens or nothing ever gets done. The reason why my neighbor, that house was getting broken into was because he had to go to court this morning for that lady and all, trying to get in his house, so he could not attend with me. I don't know what else to do by getting a neighborhood watch. I've even offered to the police department, put a camera in my house. I won't touch it. I won't mess with it. You can see everything that's going on then.
Sure.
I mean, I'm on a fixed income. Like I said, I have health issues, and it's just not feasible in my budget to do anything like that.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your.
finished.
Are you done?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay. Well, have you been in touch with Seth Brown, who's our crime prevention director?
I don't know.
Okay. That's one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have him contact you. And we also have some folks with the police department. I heard you mention Neighborhood Watch, and there's some things you can do to sort of make that more effective.
Yes.
And so I think I'm gonna get you with those folks. And I didn't know, Councilor Garrett, did you have, this is in your district, isn't it? Yeah, let me let Councilor Garrett have the floor.
Oh, I talked to him for 2
Yeah.
hours.
I
on the
bet
phone
you
one
did.
day.
Yeah, he's a good counselor.
And it did wonders for a minute, but then they just went cockeyed crazy, excuse the expression, but they just got this. One day I was out there and I was sitting on my porch and the guy started shooting a gun. Then he laid on the ground and kicking like a toddler, going around in circles, kicking his feet in the middle of the street, talking about, oh, I've been shot, and he thought it was funny. I don't find nothing funny about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to basically echo what you said, Madam Mayor, and we've got a really good neighborhood watch on the other side of Manchester that's connected to this neighborhood in Bellwood, but we've got to, I think, proactively talk to the neighbors on this side of Veterans over there behind Walmart, because they aren't part of that neighborhood watch, and we've got to get them organized, because I've gotten multiple calls now, and we've addressed single incidents, but the pattern of activity is continuing. But that's all I want to say.
All right, and I'm going to, ma'am, Carly's going to come out and take down your name and contact number so that we can get Seth Brown and some other folks with the city in touch with you to see what we can do to help, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I commend the police department for what they do. I really do, because not this past October, but a year ago from this October, I had a 16-year-old boy kicking my back door, and he was wanted for murder, come to find out. And that is just, wow, you know?
Yeah. Well, I completely understand. Hold on a minute, Councilor Barnes.
Well, I'm just, Councilor Garrett, you're on the money. I have a situation similar, and we're organizing the neighbors. I know some of the neighbors may be afraid, but we went around to each home and told them, listen, you can either be afraid and everything continues, or you can get together as a group and stop it. And so Councilor Garrett is on it. What he's suggesting is definitely on the money, and you should not have to. You should not have to go through. And the week before last, I had another group of my constituents, Councilor Garrett had. So the way to really stop it is to become unified as a neighborhood watch, and let them know you're not going to tolerate that type of activity, because it should not be happening. But I want to congratulate you. As I'm saying to the lady of you are a committee of one, and a committee of one is all it takes to turn things around. So I just wanted to commend you and tell you I give you all the credit in the world for coming here to council and putting your foot down to stop nonsense like that in the
We gotta do
neighborhood.
something about them rodents, because them children is a bus stop on the corner there.
Yes, ma'am.
And them rodents, they travel, and that Daphne's down there on Neal, that deer processing plant is not helping the rodent factor,
Yes, ma'am.
Them things are like from
Yes.
head to behind, or this long, and we're not talking about tail now, and they're not scared of y'all, they'll sit there and smile at you.
Sure. I know a little bit about rats. I grew up in that, because they were just, they took over. But I just want to commend you for being here, because that's huge, ma'am. What you're doing right now is really huge, not only for you, but for the other neighbors in the community as well. And Councilor Garrett is on it for sure.
Because we really do got to do something, because it's a quiet neighborhood, but when these gang really come in, and it just went,
Yes, ma'am.
wow, it went really, because there's a lot of elder folks there in that neighborhood. As we get older, we don't like a bunch of racket.
Yes, ma'am.
We want quiet. We've had enough racket in our life.
I can identify with
Earlier
that.
life, yes. So I really thank y'all for all the help that y'all are willing to give. And
Yes,
I really
ma'am.
appreciate you. And the police department does so much, but they're so short-staffed. And God bless them all.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and Carly's sitting over there. As you are walking out, I know you've got a ride you've got to catch. Get your contact information to Carly, and we'll get some folks in touch with you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Y'all have a blessed day.
Okay, you too. All right, next we have Ms. Sarah Womack, who's representing the M2540 Christian Ministry. She wants to talk about hello, Thanksgiving.
A boy
Day
named
meal.
Sarah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I'm not, she
Welcome.
couldn't be here. She was sick. She is one of our volunteers. My name is Ed Griffinhagen.
Okay, and if
Excuse
you
me.
would, just give us an address, that's fine.
6228 Cape Cod Drive.
Thank you, okay.
And I want to thank y'all for allowing me to be here this morning. I'm the pastor at my church, but this ministry is multi-church, probably 10 or 15 different churches represented, and my wife and I started 3 years ago. Next month will be 3 years. Actually, this month is 3 years. Going down into the predominantly unsheltered homeless folks in the western part of Columbus, from about where J.R. Allen comes into 2nd Avenue down to the Dillingham Street Bridge, from Veterans Parkway to the river. And we started 3 years ago. Susan and I and probably 2 or 3 other people serving chili out of the trunk of our car. It's grown into, now we do about 150 meals 2 nights a week, and we're going into homeless camps. We're going into wherever they are, we are going to them. We're providing hygiene products. We're providing help with jobs. We're providing some Bible studies. We're providing encouragement and prayer and really time. My experience with this has been that it's meeting a physical need with a very much a spiritual component, and the biggest benefit, and this is what we hear from the homeless community, is the discretionary time that is just spent listening and talking with and hugging on and loving on these guys. We started another ministry in April. I went and talked to Judge Andy Dodgen, who's a buddy of mine, about working with creating a foster care prevention ministry. Lots of work in the foster care system after the fact, but we wanted to do something that would preserve families. So where he put us together with Department of Family and Child Services, and they are referring cases to us where there's not violence or drugs, where it is need-driven. If a kid doesn't have a bed, for example, and they're subject to, or they're at risk of being pulled out and put in the foster care system, we get the referral, and then, for instance, this last Saturday, we had 2 families, 6 children in one family, 3 children in the other, who in the next 2 or 3 weeks were going to be put in the foster care system because they were all sleeping on the floor. And we provided beds for all of those kids and the moms, single moms, on Saturday, which kept 9 children from ending up in foster care. And probably since April, I think it's been 41 kids. And Judge Dodgen just told me that about 25% of the cases, foster care cases in Muskogee County, were need-driven. And so if we can put a dent in that and stop 100 of those a year, then that'll really be a wonderful thing. Now, what we really came to talk about was the M2540, which stands for Matthew chapter 25, verse 40. It's whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. We buy a lot of food from the food bank, so it was good to hear them talking about that as well. But what we do now is 125 to 150 meals twice a week. They're home-cooked meals, good food that we would serve our families. And every year at Thanksgiving time, we use Highland Community Church's facility. I say every year for the last 3 years. And we serve 500 to 600 meals, along with clothes, along with bags of groceries that we get at the food bank. We buy their food, we bag it all up, and we do that from 11 to 1 on the day before Thanksgiving. And like I said, it's 500 or 600, turkey, homemade dressing, all of these, the fixins and so forth. Spend a lot of time with them. We'll have somebody playing some music. We're shooting basketball with the kids. There's clothes, there's hygiene products. It's been a wonderful, wonderful ministry, and our mission really is to dramatically reduce the amount of unsheltered, homeless folks in our community through the gospel, along with helping with jobs and with housing. And probably in the last 3 years, and y'all know, that's a tough task. It's a very tough task. And I would guess that in the last 3 years, we have gotten, or at least been privileged to play some role in about 30 folks probably who are employed full-time, not living in the woods anymore. The last thing, was that the 5-minute buzzer?
Yes.
Can I have about 3 more?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
put on 5, and then you just go from there.
Gotcha, okay. The last ministry that we have, that is on in the planning stages, is a biblically based addiction recovery center in that western kind of river area of Muskogee County. Look, we don't have a building yet, looking for a building. We feel like that is something that is desperately needed here. We took a team of 10 people to Los Angeles last fall and went to the Dream Center in Los Angeles. I don't know if any of y'all have ever heard of the Dream Center in LA or not, but probably have the highest batting average on addiction recovery of any center on the planet. At any given time, they've got about 150 men and women running through their program, and it is biblically based, and it is amazingly successful, and we want to model that. Our foster care prevention ministry was modeled after one of their ministries in Los Angeles, and we want to model this addiction recovery the same way. I will be quiet if y'all have any questions for me.
Yeah, we've got Counselor Pops Barnes.
Reverend Griffin Hagan, good to see you again. What's interesting is that you guys just started out meeting, cooking a meal, chili, and it has really morphed into something fantastic. But as always, what can the community do to help you? Because what you're providing is wraparound care for the individuals, helping them transition from their position. And so 2 things. Can you let our viewing audience know where you meet? Are you still meeting over there by Outcast or that place up there off of Veterans? You were meeting there for a while.
We put the food together at the Coldwell Banker office. I worked at the Coldwell Banker office for 15 years until, amazingly enough, the Lord called me into full-time ministry. So
That's still a meeting place. That's
It
still a
is.
meeting
We
place.
put the food together from 6 to 7, and then we just hit the streets.
And what days again?
Monday, typically Mondays and Thursdays.
Alex keeps me posted on all that you're doing. He told me about the other ministries to put in prayer that you're able to really get started. The prevention of foster care is huge.
It is huge.
And it's going to take a lot of community partners. And if I can assist in that regards, please let me know.
Sure, sure. Anybody else got any questions?
Oh, phone numbers, how to contact you.
706-681-2732. And we're always looking for volunteers, always. And you can check it out on Facebook, M2540 Columbus.
Thank you,
That's it.
sir,
Thank
very
you.
much. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
all you do.
Sure enough.
Okay, next we have Kara Vincent, who's representing the Stewart Community Home, and would like to speak to us about Homeless Awareness Month, which is interesting. I hope you stay around for a presentation we're going to be having on the city manager's agenda, so related to homeless efforts. Now, if you would just state your name and your address, please.
I'm Kara Vincent, and the address for Stewart Community Home is 1125 15th Street in Columbus, Georgia. Good morning, Mayor Tomlinson and members of the City Council. I wanted to make sure that I come today and thank you all for your time and attention regarding the passing of Mrs. Stewart. The family appreciates the resolution from the City Council recognizing Mrs. Stewart for her service to Columbus homeless population. Since November is Homeless Awareness Month, I want to also take the opportunity to talk about homelessness as it pertains to those with mental and physical disabilities. According to recent statistical data, the homeless population, especially homeless persons with serious mental illness, has increased steadily since the 1970s. Homelessness among mentally ill is associated with fewer psychiatric hospital beds and fewer possibilities for managed care. According to the most extensive study ever done by the HUD organization, there were 564,708 homeless people on any given night in America. It's estimated that 260,000 of those are mentally ill, and 46% of that 260,000 are seriously mentally ill, which is about 145,000 people. In the most recent point-in-time count conducted by United Way and the Homeless Resource Network here in Columbus, there are just under 1,500 homeless citizens. If those same mental illness statistics are true for Columbus as they are on the national level, that means that there are about 690 mentally ill people on the streets of Columbus, and 379 of those are seriously mentally ill. The Stewart Home has served over 122 individuals in the last year, and those individuals are people who suffer from mental and or physical disabilities. The home is a licensed personal care home, and it is set up to provide either temporary or permanent housing to 72 people at one time. We not only provide shelter, but we also provide personal space, 3 meals a day plus 2 snacks, and all clothing and toiletry needs, medication and medical management. I'm going to share a story with you about one of our residents. His name is Charlie. I have a great opportunity to learn and meet all of the residents who live with us. Charlie is no exception to that rule. He and I were sitting and talking, and he was showing me his scars. He explained how he was shot in the hand during a robbery of one of the convenience stores here in Columbus. I don't know how many years ago this was. The robber shot towards him, and his friend shot Charlie in the hand because he had his hands up. But the other bullet hit Charlie's friend in the head, killing him instantly. Charlie then lifted his shirt and showed me a long scar across the top of his abdomen, directly under his rib cage. He said, "This is from getting into a fight and they tried to gut me," he says. He said he was in the hospital several days after that one. Charlie says he's been beaten and robbed at least 23 times since he's lived in the streets. His quote to me is, "It's just horrible, Miss Kara. You just don't ever think you'll be at a point in your life where you are chewing leftover meat and gristle off chicken bones that you find in garbage cans and dumpsters because someone else has already eaten them before when they were fresh." He shares that he even knows which garbage cans to dig through, and it's best to find food in North Columbus because they throw out the most food on that side of town. He ended that conversation with, "I just never dreamed or imagined I would be there. I never thought I would be trash." Charlie grew up with a good family. If I said his last name, you would probably recognize it. He has stories of what it was like to grow up with brothers and sister, both parents, an extended family of grandparents and cousins. He talks of horses, canning with his grandmother, shooting sporting clays with his father and brother, and working on trucks and farm equipment. Charlie doesn't have any real family left anymore because of the choices that he's had in life. Charlie plays the guitar and writes music. He went to school for electrical engineering and can fix just about anything with a motor. He also suffers from a chronic mental illness and now lives full-time at Stewart Community Home. He says the Stewart home saved his life. It is the place where his new family lives. He says, "I'm his sister and I accept him every day." Stewart Home has been an asset to Columbus for the last 42 years. The home operates with funding from HUD, United Way, foundations, individual donors, and some SSI disability monies from some of the residents. But having an income is not required to stay at Stewart Home. The home operates on a budget of just at $1 million per year. Our current residents range from 24 years old to 87 years old. We have a resident who has lived at the home for the last 33 years, while others only stay a few months. I was recently told by Tom Underwood, the head of the Medicaid division for the Georgia Department of Community Health, that the Stewart Home is the largest licensed personal care home in the state of Georgia and the only one that offers alternative living to homeless, disabled adults. Mr. Underwood further stated that the Stewart Community Home should be the lighthouse for other cities across the state of Georgia to show how we manage our homeless persons with disabilities. I believe that, unfortunately, the Stewart Home may be one of the greatest kept secrets. I'm here today to hopefully change that. I invite all of you to come tour our home. Come see what we do. We would love for you to be there. Without the support of Columbus, without the support of you guys, and what we do here would be impossible. We thank you for all that you do. We would not be able to be successful without you. I'd like to show a video if possible. I sent it earlier, hoping that it was received.
My name is Antoine. I've been here for close to 8 years now. Everything we do here is mission-oriented. By reaching out to the residents and showing them compassion and love and respect, we show them how they can do the same thing for themselves. Once they start believing it and buying into it, you'll see them slowly getting better as far as caring about themselves. We're their parents, we're the uncles, we're the whole family. A lot of them come here with nothing. Not just nothing for as monetary, but nothing for as family or love. So I feel once they come through those doors, regardless of what they've done or their past, we're here for them.
Yeah, I consider it my home. I got Antoine as my big brother, and I got Kara as my big sister. It feels like a sanctuary. It gives me the opportunity to change my life. I want to clean myself up, go to church, enjoy a happy way of life. I don't know what anyone else would call it, but I would call it my home.
I'm Melissa Moore. I am the facility nurse and the bedroom supervisor. These are people that are coming from the streets. They have been without any type of emotional family support for a long time. They come in here, they have people here that care about them. Every employee, staff member here works above and beyond to make Stewart home for these people that probably haven't had one in a long time.
Back March the 15th, I was evicted from my apartment. My wife passed away. It's been almost a year and a half now. Really knocked me off my feet, if you know what I mean. I spent one night on the streets of Columbus, Georgia. There's one night too many for me.
It's easy to judge and really hard to know how to help. At the Stewart Community Home, we give you the opportunity to help people, and it gives you a way to feel like you're making a difference. It's not just handing $5 out of the window and wondering what's going to happen to it. You know that there are programs in place here that really help people and make a difference in their lives.
My name is Benjamin Brantley, and I am a cook at the Stewart home. I was homeless at one time, man, so, I know how it feels to be without, man, finding out where you're gonna sleep the next day. And I take a lot of pride in feeding these people, to be able to help somebody. It has impacted my life, man.
My old man died in Hollywood, Florida. I have no family down there, and I have no family here. There's no place to go, nobody. I came back to Columbus, and my god sister lived in Alabama, and we rode several places until we found some place for me to be. Because I was willing to take whatever I could, but she said no more sleeping in the streets.
We take a person who maybe has nothing, and they come in off the street and they don't know where to turn, they don't know what comes next. They just know that they're hungry and they're tired of being on the street and they need some help. They're able to get some clothes and a shower and have hot meals in front of them on a regular basis. We just bring some dignity back to these people who didn't have any, and that's so important as people. It's just part of our humanness to want to be respected.
Stewart Community Home provides a place for Columbus's homeless who have mental and physical disabilities. We are able to provide medication management and help those people to be able to live full and productive lives here at the Stewart home. It keeps them out of police cars, out of the emergency rooms, and off the streets. Over the past year, we have impacted 122 lives in the Chattahoochee Valley. The City of Columbus has a proud history of supporting its nonprofits. We need your continued support so that we can fulfill our mission. Thank you for letting me be here today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for what you do. We've had really precious members of our community be part of the Stewart home. You all do a wonderful job. Councilor Huff.
Thank you for your patience. As all know, we get a little long sometimes. I want to publicly thank the council for responding to a resolution that I requested. Mrs. Stewart passed recently, and the Stewart Community Home had a very nice memorial service in her honor, and the family members were there, and the sons especially told some good stories about how their mother took in the people off the street when she had an idea, and they had to sleep in sleeping bags to take care of the people who really needed a place to go. Councilor Thomas has been by. She told me about it. We hadn't talked long, but briefly she told me about it, and it's a very kept secret. It's a gem in our community, and not to prolong it, but everyone should take time to go by, take a look at it. They had a very nice fundraiser here in town recently, and I'm sure you're working on some other ideas and things. But please, if you have a list that you're putting together for Christmas to make donations, please add them to your charitable list. And go by. There were, I guess 20-some odd people when I first met you. And I think your numbers now have about 62 or so.
62. Mm-hmm.
62 people that have a place to lay their heads down at night and not worry about people beating them up or taking anything from them. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
And anything else I can do, please let me know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chris Whiteman, who would like to talk to us about JMC Flat Rock Partners and a sign variance appeal. there. If you just state your name and your address, please.
Good morning. Is it still morning?
Yeah, barely.
Okay.
1 minute till.
Good morning, Ms. Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Whiteman. I am with JMC Flat Rock Partners, and we are back at City Council to request a variance for signage along the Midland Commons project, which is at the intersection of J.R. Allen Parkway and Manchester Expressway. I know y'all are very familiar with this project, and we are working in a couple of different phases. Phase one is going to be our grocery anchored site, which you can see is labeled there on the right-hand side of your page. And then we're going to have a lot of interior development. Our grocery anchor that we are working with, I cannot disclose yet, has got a list of their sign requirements, and they are basically forcing me to come back to council to ask for a larger sign. And as you can see, their requirements limit the number of potential tenants that can actually advertise on that sign. So we are asking for not only one sign, but two signs along J.R. Allen Parkway. We are anticipating having somewhere between 75 and 100 different businesses locate within the 88-acre development. And visibility and being recognized is of the utmost importance to these tenants. So we are requesting a variance from the overlay district to allow two signs which would front J.R. Allen Parkway, and they would be roughly 30 feet high, which is a bit higher than the allowable 6-foot-high monument sign in the overlay district. And we are asking to increase the square footage from 48 square feet up to 300 square feet. Furthermore, in the interior, because the overlay district comes from the center line of the road back in 1,000 feet, we have to get a variance on signage within the actual development itself. And we were wanting to put two box signs. We don't know if it's going to be 3-sided or 4-sided signs, but they're going to be, right now, projected to be LED signs about 6 feet tall that the various businesses would be able to advertise on. And they would go inside of the roundabouts. So as you're coming into the development, you would see the signs and get some directional help or some sales help from the LED signs. If you've got any questions, I'll take any questions. If there are any technical issues related to the sign, Robert Teasley with Signs Incorporated is here to answer any of those questions.
Do we have any questions? We have Councilor Allen.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify. I've spoken with Mr. Whiteman and with Mr. Teasley, and I'm okay with this. I just wanted to get you to clarify a little more. The reason for the increasing the size is you'll have multiple tenants advertise on one sign location. Is that right?
Yes, sir. If you'll look on page 2 of the sign requirement, it states in there, and it gives a very specific guidelines in which our grocery anchor, it'll be page 2 of the sign requirements. I think I've got a couple exhibits along with it. And it states in there that we've got to go after the largest allowable sign possible, and that there will only be 4 tenants that can advertise on that sign. Just in the grocery anchor site alone, we'll probably have on the order of 12 to 15 different businesses located within that 15-acre portion of the 88-acre development, of which only 4 are going to be allowed to advertise on that. And when we start going into the lifestyle center and the future expansion development, which is leaning towards more lifestyle type development, there will be another 50 different businesses located within the interior that will have no road visibility, so they'll have, not have any access to signage along that roadway from their storefront. So we're asking for some of the larger businesses that are located in there to have the signage that would allow their businesses to be recognized from J.R. Allen Parkway.
And I think this same type signage has been used in various areas across the city already. I think Publix that I use on Schaumburg Road has multiple listings there.
They do, and this is very indicative of what a typical grocery-anchored neighborhood center would have. And the 6 foot high, keep this in mind, we're going to be, the project is probably about 3 to 4 feet below the road grade. So if we go 6 feet high, we're only going to have about 3 foot of visibility from J.R. Allen Parkway. The likelihood of you being able to go through J. Allen Parkway, albeit slim, at 45 miles an hour, hitting every green light, is slim, but it is still a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, and you just wouldn't have an opportunity to be able to recognize what businesses are located in there. And again, this isn't just going to be a neighborhood shopping center. This is going to be a regional center. So we're going to be drawing folks in from around the surrounding communities, and a lot of them aren't going to just know that a grocery anchor or a sports store or a particular hair salon is in this center just because they've been there multiple times. This is going to be something that, like I said, we're going to be pulling from a pretty large geographic area.
So rather than multiple signs advertising a variety of businesses, you're asking for approval of 2 signs.
2, and as you'll see, we'll put, and I could put this up on the slide if everybody would like to see that. We're asking for 2, one at the main entrance of Flat Rock Road, which goes back to our roundabout, and the second pylon sign, which is at the last entrance, the last of 4 along J.R. Allen Parkway, to advertise the businesses that would be mostly in the lifestyle center.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we have Mayor Pro Tem. Wait, hold on a second. There we go.
You said something about the size going from, I think, 45 square feet to 300 square feet.
Yes, ma'am. The overlay district requirement is 48 square feet on the site in the overlay district, and we're asking to increase that size to 300 square feet.
Okay. And I guess, does the administration have any comments tonight on this?
Well, it's an appeal, so, oh, there's John. Hello, John.
The only concern, like I said, we're just a staff. We're just a liaison on the board. There's no readily issues. We just know that that's the requirements of the overlay district. So the concern is I guess the complaint also was about the sign across the street, the one that said the Midland right there with Tractor Supply. Tractor Supply, that sign was built in April of 2007. The overlay ordinance didn't come in until July of 2007, so it was grandfathered in. So that's why that height is different, the one that's literally across the street. So there wasn't that we ignored the ordinance for that part. It's just it was the time that predated the actual overlay being put in place. We also have the BZA chair here that would like to speak on behalf of the board itself, if you allow.
Good afternoon. Ty Harrison, chairman of the BZA. As the chairman, I didn't have a vote, but I just wanted, the other board members couldn't be here, so I just wanted to represent them and state that their concern is the city has worked extremely hard throughout the city to have different overlay districts. A lot of man hours, a lot of ideas have gone into these, and then it's presented to us to maintain those districts. And we've tried to be consistent. The board feels that if we just have these overlay districts and then just rubber stamp them every time they come in front of us, that we're not going to have a unified community like the stated goal of the overlay is. So, you know, their concern was yes, the Tractor Supply deal came up. That was, like you stated, April of '07 to July '07. The new Lakeside District, that has tons of stores in it. And they have, Chick-fil-A's in there and others, and they have small signs. There are other communities, Veterans Parkway District. We've stayed consistent on those. When Walmart came to us and they wanted a 40-foot sign, we said no to that. So we're trying to stay consistent as a board, and then we'll lay it in your hands on everything else.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Yes.
As a board, have you all had any discussions on the possibility that we need to re-examine the sign ordinance?
Well, sure, but as the board, that wouldn't be our call. That would be, something that, as Columbus as a community, we would have to take up, because like I said, this overlay here is what, roughly 10 years old, 11 years old, and that side of town is just now becoming developed.
Mm-hmm.
So we as the board feel like if we're going to be unified and try to keep it standard across the board, we have to do our due diligence and then let it come to y'all on the signage part anyway, if that's what the city feels like we need to do.
I think the administration, it's time we start looking at some of the ordinances that we have in place that are over 10 years old. And if we're going to continue to get things before the board like this. And I understand you're trying to do what's on the books now.
All we can do is go by what is on the UDO and the overlay.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to find a hardship. And the board in this didn't find a hardship on what they were trying. It's going to be a huge development with several things. And I think the board's approach was they don't need a 40-foot sign to attract people in there. It was their stated that they thought, like Councilor Allen stated, several smaller signs along the way could do just as much as one huge sign.
I don't remember, when did we have another one? Did we have have we had another appeal of the sign ordinance recently? I don't remember that coming up. What's that, John?
Oh, yeah. Stars and Strikes did come up probably 2-3 years ago, something like that maybe.
Yeah, I just don't remember there being that many. Okay. Is that it, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and I do know Councilor Woodson was going to ask Mr. Hutchinson about the sign ordinance and some of the things we have in the sign ordinance as it relates to buildings having small signs on the outside.
You speaking specifically, there's an exemption in the sign ordinance that allows, as long as it's attached on 4 sides and it's attached to the building and it's below the roof line, it is allowed to be a sign. So if a company, a nail shop wants to open up, they don't have to get an ordinance, they don't have to get a sign permit, if in a strip mall, if they just, as long as it's attached on all 4 signs, all the sign parts are attached to the building. So that is something that's currently in it. I know Councilor Woodson has had complaints of the actual gas stations and things like that putting their signs inside the building. Once again, that's also exempt from the sign ordinance. Even though technically it's inside the building, you can still see it from driving down the street, milk or cigarettes or whatever. Those are currently also exempt.
It's just, in South Columbus, Southeast Columbus, we're having a gas station built on every single corner. And it's getting so, every corner has this new station, but then they got 10 signs on the outside of the building. And it's not a pleasant sight.
So that could be a part of the review process as we start to look at the sign ordinance to help revise things like that. Because we have a lot of listings of exempt signs that personally I probably think we should take a look at too, so.
Thank you.
Okay. We have Counselor Thomas.
A couple of things. Mr. Wyman, did I hear you say that the grocery chain has said that without this, they won't be here?
That is, I don't think that they've go as far as said that if they don't get that they're not coming, but this is what they have basically instructed me to go out and try and get.
It seems to me, and I sometimes have problems with this spatial stuff, but to go from 45 square feet to 300 square feet is a big deal. Am I missing something here? I mean, it just seems like it's...
Well, and to put it into perspective, the 48 square feet is a 6x8 sign, and we're talking here about an 88-acre development. And if I were in the retail business and I was advertising one business, if I owned Chris's hamburger joint and was along the line, I'd probably be satisfied with a 48 square foot sign. But here again, we're trying to advertise multiple different businesses that a lot of them are going to be very interior to the project and will have no visibility whatsoever from J.R. Allen Parkway. And we're trying to just get the visibility that we know that they're asking for. It's not something that we want. This is something that basically our customers are asking of us. And so we feel obligated to go out there and try and secure what it is our customers are asking for.
Has there been any discussion with the neighborhood folks about this?
Not as it relates to the sign, but prior to the rezoning, we had a town hall meeting, and the types of businesses and the strategy of the development was discussed at length. I don't recall any specific questions as it related to signage, and I stood there at the town hall meeting and answered about an hour's worth of questions, and I don't recall signage ever being a topic.
Well, I share some of the concerns of the BZA. We have this overlay, and we need to abide by it if at all possible. On the other hand, I can see where you need to do some advertising. I would hope that people are not riding down J.R. Allen Parkway reading signs, that they're more concentrated on their driving. Are we being asked today to do something with this, or is this going to come back to us as a item on the city attorney's agenda or the city manager's agenda?
Question for the city attorney. It's on appeal, so I would think the vote is now unless they
Right,
delay it.
It would be today unless you want to delay it to look at.
Well, part of my concern is that this is the first I've heard of this, and you're asking me to make this decision.
Yeah, no, I can understand.
Speedily, if you will.
We don't really, these are fairly unusual. In my years, we've only had maybe two that I can recall. But in any event, do we want to, can we postpone it, Mr. City Attorney, for until the next business meeting, or
Well, that's.
to let council think about it?
That's in the discretion of the council, and you can go look at the area or review the plans some more before the next meeting.
Yeah. So we just need a motion.
I am also concerned that this variance has come to us on the public agenda and not on somebody's agenda.
And now I do remember, the reason why I said there's been one or two is because I remember this happened the last time this came up. For some reason, it's on public agenda. Can you explain that, Mr. City Attorney?
I can't. That should have been on our agenda, and we'll just try to make sure it comes to us first next time.
Well, maybe, I know that, excuse me, my voice is, that Lindsay is, Glisson is doing our agenda, and maybe when these things come to you to ask to be on the public agenda, instead of doing that, you refer them to the city attorney or somebody to
Yeah, if it involves an appeal, just send it to us.
It just doesn't seem to be appropriate on the public agenda.
Right, and it seems like it needs a staff report, too.
Yeah, so I think I would request that we bring this back at our next meeting with a staff report and recommendation. And I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but otherwise, I'm not sure that I can support this today.
Just as with the rezoning, we are more than willing to meet with each and every one of you individually and explain what it is that we're trying to achieve and what it is that our customers are seeking.
And I know
we're happy
that more than once you have gone out of your way to make sure that we had information, particularly on this particular development. So, but Mayor, I would request that we bring this back at our next business meeting.
Okay, I'll entertain that as a motion.
Let me ask Mr. Hutchison, can you get us the minutes of the Board of Zoning Appeals on this item? And I know they may have been partly in here, but that's what the council needs. This is a little different. It's not your regular variance request. This is an appeal where you want to look at the minutes and their decision.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a second. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Okay. All right, Councilor Davis, did you want to continue discussion? Hold on a second. Bruce, can you hit Councilor Davis's? It's not picking up. There we go.
Let me preface my comments first by saying, Mr. Harrison and our staff, I know we had a request earlier that came in that was part of a process of, in that case, a variance, and this is an appeal to a matter that has gone before the BZA, and I'm very appreciative of all that have been involved in this and you know, and doing your jobs. I mean, basically, you're doing your jobs. We've got a UDO, we've got a sign ordinance in place, and, you know, that's like the city manager said, that's what they're supposed to do, is to bring us this information. Now, we also have a process in place that if that doesn't work, then the applicant or the person making a request can come a little bit further. We give them another step in the process, and we did that. We did that with this this overlay district, and it is. I look at it as a part of the process, and I know that was one of the concerns when we put the the overlay district together. It was, you know, is this etched in stone, or do we have an outlet? Can we appeal? Can we present our case to somebody? And we said, yes, you could come to council. And so that's what I see these gentlemen doing, is coming before us. It didn't work because it doesn't apply to our overlay district right now in our sign ordinance, but they have the right to appeal to this body. Now, in looking at and again, I want to say thank you, and I really appreciate the time, the energy, and taking the positions that I would do the same thing, okay? I'd do the same thing. So you're doing your jobs, and I really appreciate that. In respect to the sign ordinance, I think we do need to revisit it and actually look at strengthening it in some areas, because I do think there's some places that people kind of cut corners here and there, and they do things which, you know, here you have a request that is professional, that is, it's a valid request, but then you got in other cases, people are cutting corners and they're not really, in my opinion, playing by the rules. So we do need to go back and relook at some of those things as far as the ordinance goes. But the ordinance does give these gentlemen and anybody else the opportunity, if they're not satisfied, they get one more opportunity, one more chance at this council, and we can look at it. You know, I'm okay with it, and I'll tell you why. There's three things that really stand out here. One, I look at the complexity of this development. It's a very unique, large development that's going to require some, you know, I think it warrants special requests at times, and this is certainly a situation as far as signage goes, the way it's laid out, et cetera. And, you know, I would see this as a very valid request from that standpoint. If it was an individual store, or, you know, I think somebody said Walmart or some other places like that, that's a whole different equation. You're dealing with a massive development here with a lot of different intricate parts, a lot of different components. It's not just a development, it's a planned unit development, lifestyle development. So you've got a lot of stuff happening that's going to require potentially some requests that doesn't align with some of the things that we've laid out in some of these ordinances. So, but we've got a process in place. I also I appreciate Mr. Tinsley. I think he has done an outstanding job in working with the council, actually working on some of these sign ordinances, working on the overlay district and some of those things. And I think, he's taken some very strong stances on this. And in working with him in the past, look, if there's usually an obstacle or a hindrance or a need to require some special provisions, then he's usually spot on that. So I trust his professional expertise in this and knowing what exactly needs to be done here. He's always done a good job on that. So I appreciate that. That's been one thing that stood out in serving this council. So in saying that, and I'm okay with the delay or whatever, I look at this as a very valid request, and I'm willing to stretch it a little bit because of that. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Okay, all right. We have Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask City Manager, Mr. Hutchison, one, or maybe Todd, as the chair of the BZA, when the BZA is notified that the applicant is going to appeal, is there a process to provide information to council so that we know ahead of time that this is coming? I mean, I think that's what we're kind of talking about. It's what I heard from a couple of councilors. So let me just say this, if it's not in place, could you look at maybe something like that? Could we look at a process to put something in place?
Well, the way the ordinance reads is you appeal to council, and then it doesn't really tell us where to put it. And like I said, we've only dealt with 2 of them since I've been in this position. So it really doesn't say, and we kind of volleyed it around to figure out, are we putting it under city attorney's agenda or city manager's agenda, or is it an appeal hearing? We didn't really know where to put it. So ideally, that's why we wanted council to hear it first, and then we can kind of figure out where to go from there. Because if there is, like you all voted to push it back another 2 weeks, then we can create a hearing, put it under city's attorney's agenda, and go from there.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking is, I think from the mayor and the city attorney's discussion, it all should go under the city attorney's agenda from now on. So anytime there's an appeal coming, we know where to direct it, and then someone in your staff will put a report together and provide it to council so that we get a heads up on something coming.
And yes, Councilor, what we typically do and could have done, should have done this time is maybe put it, what you're requesting now in the information section, to let you know that it will be coming up in a near meeting, and this should have been listed on the city attorney's agenda. And so we will work on that. And
or we could utilize the clerk's office and provide that information to them instead of on the well, when you put it on the information, have her send it out to us. So that
yes, we can do that,
something
certainly.
like that.
We can put it on the information.
Just trying to get the communication.
Yeah, we can do that.
Coordinated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, as it relates to what agenda it should go on, I don't think Lindsay should be having the sole responsibility of deciding that it should go on the city attorney's agenda. When the city attorney gets a copy of the public agenda, if there's anything on that public agenda that you feel should be on the city attorney's agenda, then it's your responsibility to let the clerk of council know then.
We'll do it. This should have come to us.
So it's not going to be
Yeah.
solely put on Lindsay in the clerk's office.
Yeah.
There seem to be no more questions.
No, that item will come back in 2 weeks at the 5:30 meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next individual is Mother Love. Mama Love.
Hello. Blessed new week for all of y'all. My name, I'm going to surprise some people because people have been asking me ever since I arrived December 2016. What is my name? My name is Avis Love Lewis. That's my birth name. But I feel like God made my name Mama Love. Okay? And I want to talk about number one. I was in a class called, just graduated, matter of fact. It was a very good class. CLEA, Columbus Law Enforcement Academy. And we had several topics, and several people came from the sheriff, the police, the marshal office. And in one of those, they talked about eviction. I was evicted unfairly, unjustly. Here's my money. It was supposed to be $1,200. I left here. When I came back, nobody wrote me to compare it. When I came back, God said, go down there and check on it. First time they couldn't find it. I went back a second time. Guess how much it was then? $3,507. I paid $3,512. I requested Kenneth Parker, Duncan, and Davis, who had me evicted, send me a receipt along with my $5 back. I got a copy for everybody sitting up here of this. I also want this put in the record that God gave me this money. It was unfair what was done to me, but God told me to pay it with the money he gave me, okay? Also in that class while eviction, I was allowed to tell what happened to me, how Kenneth Parker, Duncan, and Davis evicted me, how I got bitten up by fleas. I still have the mark on my foot as of today. And do you know what fleas do to you? Hey, y'all like to Google? Google it. Okay? But also in that meeting, after I had told what happened to me, all the bad things in that house on 41st Street, it was told by some of your people that one day that it was real bad evicting people here. That one day they walked towards this house and all of a sudden they heard a gunshot, and when they went inside, the man had blown his brains out because of eviction. His children and his wife saw that. I have talked to other people who have been evicted, and it's not pretty, baby. It's not pretty. Then I went to try to get a record, a copy. I was going to pay for it. I didn't ask for anything free. To get a copy of what happened to me in the courtroom. You don't do that. I wish you would start recording it, and I would pay for it. Matter of fact, some people who can't pay for it, I'll help them pay for it with Mama Love Aid. May I help? Each month, I'm willing to pay for at least 5 people to have that when you start that program. You follow Alabama or other things, Alabama does it. I'm sure they will help you get it started. Okay, now, I want to talk about, I'm going to call my representative. No, I'm going to write you, because I know you're very busy, Mr. Garrett. And I'm going to write you, Ms. Thomas, about my experience with the community house, okay? I want you to send a spy in there, somebody they don't know, you know, so you can see what really happened, what happened to me, how they wanted me to pay $1,200 a month, okay? And God let me show up at a meeting they had at the library. I wasn't invited, but so happened I showed up and I told that. Check out the Bradley house also. But anyway, that's enough about problems. I came here because I was at Gallup Community Center. And several times since I've been there, I've been cursed out. I've been talked about face to face. I reported it to Park and Recreation. I also reported it to the new director there are bullies in Gallup Community Center. A lot of people say, well, I don't say nothing, but we all have a right to be ourselves. You have rules. They are not being followed in Gallup. I left here last year. I left Gallup last year. Came back this year, some of them same bullies was still there. Old folks don't need to be bullied. Then another thing I want to know, how do we get more money from this budget y'all passed each year? You gave more money to other people. How many senior citizens do you have here? I want to know that. What portion of the money are we getting? You know, we gave two. I gave 21 years to the military. I have 2 Air Force AFCs. I have 6 Army MOS. God retired me. And now I'm back in Columbus. And I want to see all folks get a portion of what Columbus is giving away. When we go on trips, there's not enough seats. And some people can't go because of that. Okay? I want to find out about that. There's no big you or big me. There's God's people. We're all God's people. He made us. And I'm going to pass out the word. Everybody listen. When you vote for people, whether your city council, your school board district, when they want you to vote for them, put in writing what you want them to do once they get in. Put it in writing. Just don't tell them. I'm going to start writing more. I am going to start writing more. You know, last thing I want to do, I want to let you know the Women's Army Corps reunion and celebration planned and meeting will start every third Saturday from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. My number is 404-558-3288. And no, I never lived in Atlanta, but somehow that's my number. I would like for you to please send someone or come yourself and help plan. I would like that. Every third Saturday from 1 to 4. And you can call me and get more information. Right now, it will be at the Frank Chester Community Center, Senior Community Center, from 1 to 4 every third Saturday, November, December, and January. We're looking for men and women, volunteers, and maybe sponsors, you know. And on the go, you'll see the advertisement. And also, a sponsor said they would put some in the courier. So it should be in that one day. Okay? And last but not least, one of my favorite holidays are coming up, and I would like to read this. A Thanksgiving prayer. Gracious Father, on this day of thanks, may we come to you with gratitude for both your many blessings and the reminders of your faithful provisions. Help us to give generously from the abundance you have given us, that we may be vessels of your love and peace. We ask that in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord, who reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, now and forevermore. And lastly, I want to say, don't just count your blessing. Let me repeat that. Don't just count your blessings, share them. We can all give a smile. We can give a hug. We can give a compliment. And today is World's Kindness Day. Thank you all very, very much. I appreciate everything.
Thank you so much, Mama Love. We appreciate you being here. All right, next we have Audrey Holston Palomore, who'd like to talk with us about meeting requests. Good afternoon. If you would just state your name and address, please.
Could you bring the camera to the front?
No, they're stationed where they are. They'll do different.
Well, they were stationed.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the clock.
Could you put the camera in the front, please? Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Elected and selected officials of the Columbus Consolidated Government and citizens residing in Columbus, Georgia. I am Mrs. Audrey Holston Palomore. I reside at 1035 Lawyers Lane, Columbus, Georgia. I applied to be on today's public agenda for the reason of verbally communicating to Public Safety Director Teresa Pike Tomlinson. I also wrote on the application my intent to verbally communicate with the City Manager of Columbus, Georgia, Isaiah Hughley. At this particular moment, I am going to attempt to communicate with each elected City Council official member of the Columbus Consolidated Government. On the second Tuesday in October 2018, at the Columbus, Georgia City Council meeting, during the public agenda portion of the council meeting, each of you were given a sheet of paper with my name and address written on the sheet of paper. I had made a request for each of you, each council official, to provide written communication about any thoughts you might have about the fact the Public Safety Director, Teresa Pike Tomlinson, has not obliged me the opportunity to personally meet with her and the composer of the case report number 17-013211-001, as shown on my sign that someone said not to bring, but it gives the message. I am alerting you right now, the fact remains, I, a bona fide citizen of Columbus, Georgia, would appreciate written communication sent to my address, 1035 Lawyers Lane, from your official capacity signature written communication. I shall look to receive some recognition of sorts, even if the written communication communicates to me you actually have no thoughts of the Public Safety Director of Columbus, Georgia, Teresa Pike Tomlinson, disregarding my citizen request to meet with her and the composer of the case report number 17-0132-11001 in a timely manner. The clock is tick-tocking. Public Safety Director Teresa Pike Tomlinson, for a total of 11 times, I have publicly, consecutively met here at this podium for 11 times, publicly verbalizing to you in the presence of the elected officials My desire, and I noticed that Bruce Hustle was always out of the room, and he's supposed to be representing the district I live in. But anyway, life is life. I have publicly verbalized to you in the presence of the elected officials my desire to meet with you and the composer of case report number 17013211-001. Please resubmit to me the scheduled date, time, and location of the meeting. On October the 13th, you spoke of an attempt to make an appointment with me. I am unaware of the specific location, date, and time. And if necessary, I'll give you a minute to tell me when did you schedule a meeting with me? And especially via the U.S. Postal Service, that I ask you to give me information in regards to the meeting with you, Teresa Pike Tomlinson, the composer of the case report number that I have described about 3 times, and myself, to have a meeting in the same location, at the same time, for the same length of time concerning my wanting to meet with the composer especially. Okay? I have requested written communication via U.S. usage of the United States Postal Service. I don't understand what's so hard about doing that. City Manager Isaiah Hughley, I want you to have clarity. So I will repeat my position about the neglect shown to me and my family regarding the lack of bathroom facility availability, as was the case at an important food serving event contracted by the Division of Parks and Recreation of Columbus, Georgia, at a city-operated outside park. The resolution that you spoke about on the second Tuesday of October 2018 is a falsehood, a lie. According to my daughter, of course I spoke with her, who received no compassion, but did receive words of disbelief and an attempt to dissuade her effort to impart truth, has communicated to me. She will talk to you only in front of an official with the title judge and juries. We will talk about the facts that will lead to the truth. Truth is characterized by freedom. I'm waiting for you to meet with me. But when it's time for my daughter to speak with you, she has stated to me that her speaking to you will only be in front of a judge. So when it's time for us to file, and if she doesn't have the money, like she didn't have the money to pay for the event, and I loaned it to her, which she has paid me back with the $50, but there is no resolution that we're accepting. You're gifted, that's between you and her. But I was at the event. I was disrespected. There was no regard for the fact that I had human waste to expel. And so don't think that there is a resolution just because you said it. I want you to understand that. So, at this time, there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left. I would like for Teresa Pike Tomlinson, our public safety director here in Columbus, Georgia, is down to 1 minute and 6 seconds. It's steadily moving. But take out the time to tell the people of Columbus, Georgia, have you given me any information in writing, which I have been requesting since December 2017, about a meeting with you and the composer of, I have the case report here, so it shouldn't take long for you to tell the public. When did you try to make an appointment with me?
Is that it, Ms. Palomar? Are you done with your comments?
I'm waiting for yours about the meeting that you said that you made an attempt via, I don't know where, because I haven't received anything in my mailbox at 1035 Lawyers Lane about a meeting with you and the composer of case report number 17013211-001.
Thank you, Ms. Palomar. We appreciate you
you're
coming.
Quite welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to show up again.
All righty.
And I will again if necessary.
Okay.
But the clock is tick-tocking.
Yes, ma'am. It's
I would
expired.
like to get a question from somebody today.
No, ma'am. It's expired, but we appreciate you coming, so your time is up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Do it to me one more time.
All right,
Y'all
that
have
will.
a good holiday.
Thank you. You too. That concludes our public agenda, and now we'll move into the city manager's agenda. Mr. Hughley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor and Council, we brought you the legislative agenda that you approved, and then we had the hometown connection with our legislative delegation and presented to them. And we have since sent them the list of resolutions of our legislative agenda, and we knew that between then and the 2019 legislative session, which starts in January, that other things would come up. Norm Easterbrook was here, but obviously had to leave, of the River Center for Performing Arts, sent something last week that he's concerned and wanted to ask council to support the River Center in this and Columbus by sending an additional item to our delegation as part of the legislative agenda. And so I have included that on my agenda, and what we are requesting is that our delegation introduce legislation to expand certain state sales tax credits for production companies producing music or musical theater productions, to make it more feasible for production companies to take advantage of these credits in Georgia. Current legislation in Georgia provides for certain state sales tax credits for production companies producing music or musical theater productions in Georgia while touring the production. Current legislation defines parameters, including the dollar amount to be spent in the state of Georgia over a certain period and the length of time that a production must tour in order to be awarded the state sales tax credit. Current legislation excludes most music and music theater production companies from taking advantage of the tax credit, thereby severely limiting most production activity to outside the state of Georgia. This is a concern of the River Center and of Norm Easterbrook, and he has asked that we bring this forward to you and get your support in sending it to the delegation. And again, he was here to speak but had to leave, and I know that Councilor Thomas is involved with the River Center, and I'm sure she will want to speak to this, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we've got Councilor Thomas.
You may know that a couple of months ago, River Center had a touring company that was in town. It was from New York. They were in town to do a production in the River Center, and it was there. They were here for almost 2 weeks with over 100 people, and that was hotel nights, as well as everything else that goes with living for 2 weeks somewhere. When they looked at the legislation that provides tax credit, sales tax credit to these sorts of companies, it was a tremendously long time that you had to be in the state. Seems like it was something like several months, like 2 months. And most companies who do the kind of thing that the productions at the River Center aren't going to be here 2 months. They were here 2 weeks. And so what the River Center board has done, and what Mr. Easterbrook was here to present with us, is to ask our legislative delegation to take a look at this and see if there can't be some accommodation, some changes in that legislation, still with requirements, but for not so lengthy a period of time. I know that when this company was in Columbus, as I said, they brought about 100 people with them, but they also employed and used people from the Columbus area as part of that production. And it was one of the groups that I know that they used. There's a company down in St. Elmo's shopping center area that does costumes. They worked with that group from the New York group to help provide costumes for this program. So at any rate, this is something that we think will not only help these companies, but it will give us the opportunity to bring this kind of business to Columbus and to the River Center. Every time we have someone come to the River Center for productions, they brag on us about how great the facility is and what a welcoming community we are. And so we want to make sure that we do whatever we can to keep these folks coming back. If we can get something along this line, Mr. Easterbrook thinks that this may be a yearly event, that we will have a company come for this length of time. They do all of their prep work here and everything, and so it will be, I think, and he believes it will be financially advantageous for the city of Columbus as well as for the state of Georgia. So I would, Mayor, move that we approve item number 1 on the city manager's agenda.
We got a motion and second. Council, any other questions? Okay. You may record your votes electronically. It passes.
Next on my agenda, Madam Mayor, you may know that we have been a certified city of ethics for some time, and we're requesting approval today to submit to recertify Columbus as a certified city of ethics, and if approved, accept recognition from the Georgia Municipal Association.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and second for approval. Seeing no discussion, you may record your votes electronically. And it passes.
I've got the FY19 Local Government and Improvement Grant, known as LMIG, and we're requesting to submit an application and accept the fiscal year.
Got a motion and second for approval. Seeing no discussion, you may record your votes electronically. And I think somebody we're missing. There we go. Yes, I think one of the buttons is sticking. Okay.
And we have already dealt with Creekside subdivision variance. So next I've got planned first memorandum of agreement, and we're requesting approval that you approve the memorandum of agreement between the Georgia Department of Community Affairs and the CCG. We applied to be a planned first community in 2016. The designation ends in 2018, and we are reapplying or have reapplied, and Columbus has had its designation renewed.
Got a motion and second for approval. There being no discussion, you may record your votes electronically. I believe it passed. Yes, it did. It passed. There you go.
Next, I've got a donation for Recreation Division of Parks and Rec. The value is $4,000.
Got a motion and second for approval. Seeing no discussion, you may record your votes electronically. And it passes.
I've got a master lease agreement for a court management system, and we've come to you and presented to you on a court management system, and we're requesting that you authorize and allow us to move forward with execution of certain lease and or financing documents pertinent to lease between BCI Capital, Inc. and the CCG in relations to the court management system upgrade.
Got a motion and second for approval. Seeing no discussion, you may record your votes electronically. And it passes.
On the purchases, we've got roofing services at Bull Creek Golf Course Clubhouse. Requesting your approval is $147,433.
Got a motion and second for approval. Seeing no discussion, you may record your votes electronically. Okay, we've got a motion. Do we have a second and a second to approve items A through H?
And Madam Mayor, C has already been approved.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So it's A, B, and then D through H. Okay, wait a minute.
We did A.
Okay, so B, D, E, F, G, H. Does anybody have any discussion related to any of these items? Okay, let me just read them quickly for the record. Change Order 3 for Public Defender Office of Muskogee County Jail Kitchen Floor Refurbishment Project, radio upgrade for public safety, electronic validating fare boxes, professional consulting services for life safety implementation, judicial space reconstruction, continued timeliness and action plan for development of a new government center and judicial building, Ford Explorer, Georgia statewide contract, and surplus safe. All right, you may record your votes electronically. Okay, and it does pass. Mr. City Manager, normally I would have consulted with you privately, but I've had a request to go into executive session for time reasons. However, we've got some citizens that have been here for quite a while, and since staff will have to be here regardless, I wonder if we can go into Pat Frey next on your presentations, and I believe Rhea Bentley has left. Oh, is she? Okay. All right, well, and then see where we are. Do we have McGee Park folks here? Okay, I don't think we're going to make it in any regard, but do you mind if we give it a try?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Frey, thank you so much. Not only have you waited now 5 hours, but you were here last time for 3 hours, which we appreciate.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again for having me. Just quickly going to go over some really, really exciting numbers that we've been able to accomplish as a community. You want me to use the clicker? All right. Home for Good is the local continuum of care lead for the Muskogee, Russell County area. And each year we do an annual point in time count. I've heard all kinds of numbers here today, but these are actually the official numbers that were submitted to HUD. And you can see that it started back in 2009 that we started actually recording these numbers and reporting them, and up until our latest point in time count that was done January of this year. So we're down to 279 for this past year. Looking ahead, we have our next point in time count coming up in less than 2 months. And yes, this is my ever so gentle nudge to invite all of you once again to come out and join us. On January the 22nd and 23rd. The 22nd, we will have our sheltered count where we will be in the shelters of Columbus and Russell County. And on the 23rd, we will be out on the streets starting at 5:30 in the morning. So please put on your coats and your hats and your scarves and come out and join us. Just wanted to do a little glimpse back over the last maybe 3 years so we could get a really, really good look at some things. And the really interesting thing is that over the years, 2009 to now, but most poignantly from 2016 to now, we've seen a decrease in every area except for children. And I kept hearing when Frank from Feeding the Valley was here, was talking about hunger and children and how those numbers are rising. We've seen the same thing amongst the numbers of homeless in the community. The numbers for children actually in the past 3 years went up 106%. Now, those numbers went from 17 to 35. But still, that's a huge increase when it comes to children. So we're doing well in other areas, but we are at a shortage in our community for family services for those who are experiencing homelessness in our community. Veterans is what I really, really, really want to talk about today. Veterans in our community, we started an initiative a couple years ago, which we called Built for Zero, and it was trying to functionally or effectively end homelessness amongst the veterans and the chronically homeless in our community. Well, over the past several years, we've done a really, really good job of that with the helps of many of the organizations you heard here today, some who are new to our area, but we have managed to do an almost 90% decrease in homelessness when it comes to our veterans. When we took our first look at a by name list where we had literally the names of every homeless individual who had served our country in Columbus in April of 2016, we had almost 60 people. We are in the single digits in Columbus, Georgia, on our by name list now. So we're very, very excited. This is what it looked like. Now, the words functional zero has been a phrase that's been around for a couple of years. And in fact, I was in Miami last week, and the Department of Housing and Urban Development says we're saying effectively ending homelessness when it comes to our subpopulations, be it veterans, families, chronically homeless. Now, we can't declare it here yet because they haven't given their seal of approval. And according to those who have submitted for approval from the Department of Housing and Urban Development over the past couple years, it can take 18 to 24 months to get that stamp of approval. We have submitted the data. We will continue to submit the data. We have some more polishing to do, but it continues to take a community to make this effort possible. All of our organizations coming together. There's 30-plus organizations that work on this effort every day to make this possible. And it was very exciting to see some of them here today. We all came to do different things, but we literally all come together as a community to make all of that happen. So I just wanted to say thank you. Again, please come out to help us at our point in time count. And I just wanted to reiterate that next Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, Feeding the Valley is spearheading the effort in Columbus, Georgia, to feed 1,500 people at no cost to them. And these were hot meals that we will start preparing next week, and they will be delivered to individuals at their home. So please, again, if you want to and come out and help us with that, we'd appreciate that as well.
Well, Pat, thank you. You know, this effort started, Carmen Caveza was involved in it. Mayor Jim Weatherington was
ma'am.
involved in it. I had the privilege of being involved with some great partners like you all, and it is amazing what has been accomplished in about 12 years, 10, 12 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, we've had partners at the Chamber and intercity trips we've been to see best practices. But, you know, we hear, it's interesting because they're completely different subjects, but some of the critiquing is the same regarding homelessness as it is about crime, because it continues to exist in some fashion. Some folks don't see the improvement. And of course, that's all you can do is improve. You know, it's hard to eradicate a large social problem like this. So thank you for what you've done.
Thank you,
It's
ma'am.
very appreciative. And I want to make sure I get a copy of that PowerPoint so
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can answer questions correctly going
Yes, ma'am.
forward. Thank you, and thank you for waiting hours and hours. We appreciate you. Twice.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Madam,
Yes.
okay. If we're done with her, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I would like to go ahead and do the Theo McGee Park. We've got Becky Glisson here with Mary Kane. And if I'd known that they were coming to make a delivery, I would have had them on your agenda. I would have moved them
Yeah.
up. And so would you all come forward, please, and tell us why you're here?
Good afternoon. Several months ago, I think y'all know that our Theo McGee brand-new playground burned to the ground due to vandalism. Shortly after that, where's she? Mary Kane and her group approached me. Mary is a local business owner here, owns a gym. She came to me about they wanted to replace that park playground, help us do whatever they could to help. We brought the resolution asking that we get permission for the donations and such, and Mary just kind of wanted to give y'all an update of where we are today with the Theo McGee playground.
My name's Mary Kane. My address is 4209 Milton Road, and this is Amy Goen. She works with Synovus. So we are the bearer of good news. You guys have had lots of other news today. So in 2018, we started a nonprofit 501c3 towards working with Fit Kids Project, so that we run a Fit Kids camp, so that way kids have access to education on nutrition and fitness. And then we also took on Theo McGee Park when we had learned that it had burned down. And so we've been working towards raising $50,000, which is what the deduction is to get the playground equipment back into place. So with that being said, we've got a PowerPoint, but we'll make it short and sweet. The bottom line is we've raised almost $30,000 of it, of the 50. We're continuing to do fundraisers, and we have an outreach with a lot of the corporations here in town. Amy, like I said, is with Synovus. Synovus just gave $12,000 towards the project. So we want to let you all know, and we also met with Bruce and Mimi, and they're in our district with where the park is at, and I want to say thank you to that too for taking your time. But just that we're on a mission to make sure that we get that next $20,000 raised, and as soon as we get it, what our goal is before May of 2019, we'll be happy to present it to you guys. So I don't remember off the top of my head, what is it?
One of the things that we also want to do long-term is form corporate sponsorships with the city parks and recreation so that corporations can adopt parks. And you'll see in the presentation, most cities have moved to this model because funding has been cut so severely in some of these areas. And Macon, Savannah, Atlanta, and even Dalton, Georgia, as small as it is, have corporations that sponsor the parks. So I think with that, one of the things that I talked to Synovus about is they do a community Here Matters campaign, and they very much want to be involved in that. AFLAC has indicated that they also would like to be involved in that, especially with Theo McGee being on Martin Luther, right in their neighborhood. So I think it's something that long-term we can build this into a bigger endeavor and make the parks and recreation program stronger here. And, you know, by doing that, it also engages the community in those where we don't necessarily have them engaged either. Mary also, from a Fit Kids standpoint, will take the Fit Kids program to the parks and to the boys' clubs and girls' clubs long-term so that we're taking that out to them versus them coming to the gym, because we feel like we'll get greater participation if we do that. So we really want your support in moving forward with this, I guess, and taking our money.
Yes. And so, Madam Mayor, I just want to say thank you to Fit Kids and Synovus and all of the others who have contributed to this cause, and we want you to know that we truly, truly appreciate your partnership. And I was talking to a group from Lawrenceville, Georgia yesterday. They were here visiting our city, and one of the things I talked about was the awesome public-private partnership that we have here in Columbus, and this is just an example of what I was talking about with them yesterday. And as you were talking, I was just thinking that, you know, we really need, for those who would allow, we've got anonymous donors and partners who don't even want their names mentioned. And I talked about all the things that we've been able to accomplish yesterday in this community through public-private partnerships, you know, from the tennis center and to the soccer fields to civic center endowment to streetscapes on Broad to whitewater rafting to the Port Columbus Naval Museum, the Columbus Challenge where they raised over $100 million, the National Infantry Museum. The list just, I mean, it's just too long for me to even talk about right now. The Little League teams will step up and say, you know, we'll do a dugout if you will just do this, and they come up with $30,000, $50,000 to do a dugout. I mean, how awesome is that, and how blessed are we in Columbus? And this is the conversation I had with Lawrenceville, Georgia yesterday. And then here you are today, Mary and Amy, you know, just coming forward, you just want to do something. And had we known, you would have been at the top of the agenda. So thank you, and we certainly appreciate your partnership and your concern for making Columbus a better place to live, the quality of life. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for all y'all do too. I know that's a tough job, but we appreciate everything that y'all do every day. So
Thank you very
Bruce
much.
has been very accessible to us, and so has Mimi.
Yeah.
So
Councilor
thank you.
Huff?
Thank you all so much for being here. What you see today is what we've seen the whole time. They came in today just to sit for hours, just to give back to the community. And when they met with Mimi and myself, same thing. Nice big cold glass of sweet tea and a good conversation. So I appreciate it. They came to us to talk about the fact that the equipment was lost at Theo McGee Park, and the kids need a place to go, a place to play. And they wanted to step up to the plate and make it possible. And they took a larger vision of looking at the whole community of all the parks to see what they could do. So this is the beginning point, and I appreciate it. Lord knows I do. It's hard to get things done, and as the city manager said, it takes public-private partnerships to get it done. But thank you, thank you, thank you. And please don't hesitate to call me, and I'll check back in, because I think you stretched my brain a little bit that day on how many projects you could possibly help on and assist. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. We've got one more. Councilor Allen.
Excuse me.
I wanted to at least give her an opportunity to plug her gym. Tell us where it is and
Well, thank you.
address, phone number, whatever.
It's at Body Evolution. It's actually right by Shooters, across from Crest Community Chapel, so down in that area by Treadstone Rock Climbing Gym. But that's a great benefit of this, but that's not the ultimate, you know, the bottom line is that we get the park built. So,
Okay.
but thank you.
Well, I wanted to give you an opportunity.
I appreciate it.
That's all we can do,
She has a
really.
very good gym. I go there, so that's how I got there.
She got suckered into it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
ladies. Appreciate it. Okay.
So were you trying to,
Yeah, we've got,
well, why don't we can go into executive session, and if you can't stay, just go and we'll deal with yours. We'll handle it.
yeah, because we've got,
Yeah. No, okay.
the lawyer's got to leave it too, so.
Yeah,
either
we
got
can
to
handle
move your
what
thing to
she's
something
got.
else, or-
We can handle what she has.
Okay. Chief, I'm so sorry. We're going to try to hustle it up. It's just one of those things. All right. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session. All right. All those in favor, please state aye. All right. If you would, please clear the chambers. All right, hello, everybody. We're back out of executive session. No votes were taken. It was an executive session on personnel and litigation matters. And so we're back on with the city manager's agenda. Mr. City Manager. Okay, hold on. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and the hour is late, and so what I am going to do is the Government Center update shouldn't take but 2 or 3 minutes, and then we've got a matter of fire EMS that won't take long. It has to do with exceeding the end of fiscal year budget. Cooperative Extension deals with exceeding end of fiscal year budget. So I want to take the Government Center, Fire EMS, Cooperative Extension, and then delay Save a Pet program and the SPLOST update for a future meeting. And Madam Mayor, if I may, I just, we had a long public agenda today, 10 or 11 on public agenda, and we are allowing 10 minutes each, and we need to hear from the public. I just don't know the right place for the public agenda on the agenda, or if it should be as part of the proclamation meeting, but there's a lot of city business that we must get done. And so I know that we've revisited where public agenda falls on the agenda and how often one person should come back on public agenda and how long they should get to talk on public agenda. But we know some other communities in the state legislature, for example, you say all you can say in 2 minutes, and all you can't say, you submit it to the clerk in writing. I don't know the answer, but I just wanted to express concern that we often, when we had to do the transportation projects update, I must have delayed it for 5 consecutive meetings before we could work it in. And the people's business is, I mean, that's important stuff. And so I'd ask that you allow us to revisit, take another look at public agenda. I'm not saying eliminate it, but do something perhaps different or consider it at least, that we can get, it's typically the city manager's agenda and the clerk's agenda that we don't get to until late evening. And we've got a lot of purchases on the city manager's agenda, a lot of projects to discuss that involves the quality of life, the infrastructure, all those things of this government, and we're not able to get them done. So I'd ask that we at least...
And we have employees that sit here for hours. But, okay, well, why don't you bring it back next time with a couple of, recommendations. You know what council has previously said they're not interested in doing. We've brought this up several times. So maybe looking at, we could put it at the end, but give people estimates of what time to be here. That we can't tell you for certain, but it looks like we will not have public agenda before 11 o'clock a.m., so you can govern yourselves in your day accordingly. Because one of the most frustrating things is for citizens to come here at 8:50 and sit here until 2 o'clock p.m., before they, so that might be a possibility, putting it in and giving them some estimate. There's certainly no need of them being here before 10 a.m. We've never seen the end of a meeting at 10 a.m. And also moving some of the announcements perhaps to proclamation session, like festivals and things like that when necessary. But I leave that to you. Maybe come back with 2 or 3 bite-size
I'd like to hear from members of council via email or something if they've got some ideas.
Yeah, why don't we do that email? Because right now, if we start into this discussion, we're going to exacerbate the poor folks who have been here since.
Yeah.
Shift it to the end.
Put the city manager's agenda and the clerk's agenda before the public agenda. The matter is important to the citizens, and trust me, if we try to get rid of the public agenda, it's going to be hell.
I don't think we should,
No, I don't think we get rid of it, no.
What I'm saying is that just shift it around, easy fix. But your agenda and the clerk's agenda have the public agenda last.
Right, okay. We'll take a look.
Okay.
With that, Madam Mayor, let me call on Deputy City Manager. Okay, I'm
Can't
sorry.
hear you.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, she needs a microphone.
Before we leave this, recognize that we have 3 more meetings this.
I can't because.
Under this administration, and then we will have a new administration. And that new administration, I think, must be consulted about this before we make any kind of a decision.
I agree. And I don't want to bring it back immediately. I'd rather take it over into the first of the year.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and so I just think that we need to take a look at it, though. And so we'll certainly, I agree with you.
Thank you.
With that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to have Deputy City Manager Hodge. This is going to be like a lightning speed update on the Government Center. It's just a quick update.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and this is just a quick update on where we are with the Government Center and the restoration project. We've executed contracts with both Principal Restoration and Alexander Electric, and also utilizing vendors that we have under annual contract, which is First Mechanical and Adaptisolve, to handle the claims, both the first and the second claim on the restoration project. The move is underway to clear out all the remaining furniture on those affected areas to provide a clear space for the contractors to work. And we anticipate that move to be completed this week as the contractors are getting in and starting the restoration project. We met on November 7th with the Chief Judge, the District Attorney, other elected officials, and their representative, those impacted, to advise them of the status and the process moving forward. So hopefully they're clear on how we're planning to handle this project. We have contracted with Aaron and Clements to assist us with the restoration process as well as the fire safety improvements. Our goal is to have the courtroom floors completed in February. So we're concentrating on those floors first. We are continuing to evaluate the feasibility and effectiveness of what was referred to as the fire stop improvements. We're reviewing those with our consultants, architects, and contractors. This is intended to be a smoke stop improvement, and we're evaluating what can be done to make this improvement. So that will be coming back to council once that evaluation process is completed. The Sheriff's Office is handling the security for the building. Access to the Government Center during this process will remain on 2nd Avenue, so all the public will still continue to enter the Government Center off of 2nd Avenue. The construction easement will be through a secured entrance on the breezeway. So we'll still continue with the public access on 2nd Avenue. There will be 1 to 2 elevators utilized exclusively for the contractors throughout this process. So the public needs to plan to come a bit early because there might be some delays with elevators on those court dates where there's quite a few people trying to get to the courtrooms. We're going to try to shift the 1 to 2 elevators when the contractors are not using one to help with the public access to the building. But they just need to know that it might be some time waiting on an elevator. We've established a complaint and question line through Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin's office. That will be Altamise Wilson. And this is for citizens as well as employees to address any issues during the restoration process. So if there's any questions about access or problems with either the public or employees, we've established that contact person for all work orders to be processed through. We will be providing weekly updates to all the elected officials and department heads. We'll be meeting with the contractors every Monday, and I will be sending out a weekly update so they know the process, what's coming forward in the next week, so we keep them advised on the progress moving forward. The Columbus Building Authority did meet on November the 8th and adopted the resolution as requested by council. The next meeting for the authority is scheduled for November the 26th to move forward with the bond issue process. We plan to schedule the closing of the bonds on December the 27th. We will continue to provide updates to council throughout this process, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. That was fast.
Let's have one.
Yes, sir.
Finding the company that's going to come back and give us cost estimates on what it will take to finally either renovate the current building or build a new one. Where do we stand with that, or how long will it take to figure that out?
Part of what council approved was out of the $7 million was a $1 million
Right.
for the assessment.
Right.
And so once the bond issue's closed and the funding, we'll start the RFP process
Okay.
to
All right.
determine that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Judy Thomas.
I was contacted yesterday and told that we had another leak over the weekend. Was that of any consequence or any?
Well, and I'll speak to that. When we met with the judges, the elected officials on last week to kind of outline the process and how all this was going to work, we also told them, Public Works employees told them that they were going to, with this being a long weekend, go in and change out parts on 187 toilets in the entire building. And they did that, and it was very successful. We learned, at least I did yesterday, that there were 2 leaks, one on the 6th floor and then one on the 5th floor that impacted, minor leaks, I was told. Mark D'Antonio's office, and I think it was, and they put fans and blowers out for precautionary measures and all of that. It did impact a file box or something that was in a closet, but it was not a flood. It was a leak in 2 places after changing out 187 parts on toilets through the weekend. And so that was what occurred in that situation.
You can understand, I get a little nervous when I hear there was a...
I do too.
There was a leak.
I do too.
Thank you.
Yes. With that, we're going to call the finance director to talk about the fire EMS and cooperative extension, and then that will conclude my agenda for today.
All right. It
Quickly.
shouldn't take long. Quickly. Yes, sir. So pursuant to ordinance 13-39, we have the fire and EMS department here to request additional funding for FY18. It's about $36,000 that's needed for fire and EMS. In my prior discussions or conversations with the fire department, of course, you know, one of the line items that we sort of paid attention to and watched throughout the fiscal year was their auto parts and supplies line item. They did have to come to council as recently as September 11th, I believe, for work on a particular engine. And so the fire chief can speak more specifically about that, but they're here requesting $36,000 additional FY18 funding.
And that's for the fiscal year that just closed out on June 30th?
Yes, sir.
And so that fiscal year is already concluded or closed out. And so, Chief, you can speak quickly on that.
I thought I'd be done, because when Pam got finished, I thought I heard thunder. But, yeah, talked to Angelica last week, and after reconciling the FY18 budget, the department came in right at $36,000 over. One of the main reasons for that was towards the end of the budget year, we had first responder units, frontline units that broke, and we had to make major repairs to it, and the extent of new engines or new transmissions. We actually had one go down, and we didn't make a decision on that till after the FY19 budget came in. So we'll have an expense on this budget at the end of next year that'll be that $30,000, $40,000 range for that repair. So I'm requesting the additional funds to balance out the fire and EMS budget for FY18.
Thank you. Any questions of the chief and 36,000?
36,000.
There's no questions.
And so basically,
Typically, council,
at the end of the year, when you do the budget adjustment, you're going to do that, right?
yes,
And then monies that were maybe underspent in other departments will be used to balance?
yes.
where they came, in other words, some departments came in under, some came in over, and we normally bring you the budget, what do we call it?
The final budget amendment.
Final budget amendment, where we balance the bottom line does not go up, but where departments were under, you can balance each department budget, and we do this every year, if you remember.
Well, typically, council does
Yes.
agree to.
But I just wanted to know, you to know how that works, and, it's, we're not asking you to exceed the bottom line of the fiscal year budget that ended June 30th.
Correct.
We're just letting you know, and because that ordinance requires that they come forward, we're bringing it to you.
Chief, we appreciate your patience waiting today. I make a motion we approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. And we approve the chief's request. Are there any questions? All those in favor of that motion? That won't be on the key and thing.
No, it's not going to be
it's
on
not.
here.
All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposes? Thank you.
All right.
And so cooperative extension left, but the amount was not a lot, but
No, it's a total of $1,500, about $800 in operating expenses, and about $700 in personnel.
It's been properly moved and second that we approve cooperative extension,
cooperative extension, yes.
$1,500. Budget adjustment request.
Yes, ma'am.
On the
I
1,500.
see no questions. All those in favor of that
Well,
motion?
she was here, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Any opposes? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, and let me just say that cooperative extension went over budget, but I think we need to provide additional information and clarify. I think we may have under budgeted them in personnel.
Yes.
And so part of it is finance doing, and when they did their personnel expense, I think you may have come up short in
Yes.
providing them with the salaries and wages to cover it, and so it wasn't just them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and then that was the personnel piece. We just had, the way we have to budget for cooperative extension is a little different from a personnel standpoint because they're partially paid by the city. They're also partially paid by UGA. And so the personnel, a lot of their personnel expenditures aren't direct personnel expenditures per se, is that we get a bill from UGA and then that's how so it takes some calculation. And unfortunately, just due to new budget staff, the calculations came out about $800 short on the personnel side. On the operating side, in my conversations with the Cooperative Extensions Director, it was more so due to just the timing of some purchasing card transactions. They keep a very good track of the expenditures that they make and the charges against their budget. And unfortunately, there were some charges that happened at the end of June of 2017 that actually rolled over to the next billing cycle. So it actually, instead of those expenditures applied to June, it was applied to July. And so that is where.
And so between the two, it was a total of $1,500.
Right.
$1,500. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That concludes my agenda.
Clerk of Council's agenda.
Yeah, I think you did, yes.
On the $1,500. We voted, didn't we?
Members of council, on the clerk's agenda, items 1, 2, and 3 are bio sketches for Mr. Hinton, Mr. Pritchard, and Mr. Richardson for various boards. Items 4 and 5 are letters from the Hospital Authority and the Medical Center Authority submitting nominees. They're listed below. Number 6 are 2 street closures for upcoming events. Items number 7 and 8 are honorary designations requests.
It's been properly moved and second that we send this request to the honor board. Are there any questions? Well, I was reading one of those requests, and I can't remember what it was now.
One request is for a room in the public safety building, and the other one is for a walking trail, from what I understand, that is currently not named.
Oh, the walking trail. I didn't know if that had been through. No, not the Board of Honors. The walking trail was being done by Runzel Buckner and the group. And I assumed that trail already had a name. And so.
Two things. I saw that too. I was a little bit confused.
Mhm.
The walking trail is Ronzel Buckner.
Can you turn Councilor's Barnes' mic on, please?
So it's on now.
She was telling him to.
Wow, I see, I'm sorry. Yes, no, I think you are correct. I think the walking trail, that's Ronzel's. But there was the other option of the room in the public safety building. And as I don't have to tell you, Evelyn, you know, Milton Lockett was not only, he was the second African-American after Colin Powell to be inducted into the Ranger Hall of Fame. That was an astounding accomplishment at the particular time. And also, he is the one that helped to organize the drug fighters. So I just think the room there, because the Chief Boren worked hand in hand with him in having their annual, thing that you've been at as well.
Right.
And so I think that would be the one that would be less contentious, would be the room.
Councilor
And I
House has been involved in it as well.
And does that take a motion or something? Yeah.
Let me throw in some comments. Got the mic on.
Okay, yeah.
Councilor
Right, I can just
House
talk. This originated with the Columbus Against Drugs group.
Right.
Which I'm a part of. And they felt that Milton Lockett walked that trail a bunch, and you're right about the room inside public safety. And so they asked that the request go in for both. If only one's approved, okay. I mean, you're absolutely correct. He was a very important figure, certainly in the Ranger world and in the Army and in Columbus Against Drugs.
Right.
And so that's where the request actually started, with Columbus Against Drugs. And Bob Portisheff and I have been working with them since they first brought it up. And so that's why there are two letters, and then something gets approved or not, depending on how the Board of Honor works.
I was just thinking.
And I was not aware that the trail already had a name, or I would have told them that was a problem.
But I would just think, because when I saw it, I got a little bit confused, that the easiest thing, the less contentious would be the room.
The room, yeah.
Rather
Probably.
than the walking trail, because that is that's Ronzel Buckner's
Okay.
purview
All
right there.
Okay.
So does that take a motion or something? What do we do?
Well, I
forward
think we send it to the Board of
Board
Honor
of
and they
Honor,
figure it
okay,
out.
okay.
I think.
Yes, I'll send the applications to the Board of Honor, and I'll also include this part of the minutes, so they are aware of council's wishes.
And so you would put the room in the public safety building?
Yes, sir, I'll
Okay.
send all of that to the Board of Honor.
Okay.
Okay, we've got, hold on a second, we've got several counselors. We have Counselor Thomas.
I want to make sure that I know what we're sending to the Board of Honor. We're sending both requests?
We're sending both requests, but as a referral from Counselor Barnes, I'll send his wishes as far as naming just the room.
Okay, I'm just, want to make sure that we follow our normal procedure, which is anytime we get a request for a naming, it goes to the Board of Honor. So I
Yes,
just want to
ma'am.
make sure that that's still there.
Yes, ma'am.
So the motion is for both items 7 and 8 to go to the Board of Honor.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Yeah, okay, let's see, we've got Counselor Pugh and then Counselor Huff. Counselor
We
Pugh?
also sent it to the Board of Honors. My concern on that trail.
Yes,
trail's
ma'am.
name.
I will, and I'll also pull all the documentation from Mr. Buckner's request in the past to include, so they are aware that, that's where you've gone through.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, Counselor Huff.
Yeah, in this discussion, make sure, if you can, to give Ronzel Buckner a call. He came up with 2 or 3 or 4 names. He talked about the different people that were involved and everything that went on, from the drug fighting to walking to cleaning up the different neighborhoods. So I think he had some idea about some names that he discussed here in open session. I think that's what the whole discussion is about. I think he threw some names out already. I just don't think it's been to the Board of Honor. So I think that will probably work itself out if you get with him, and then you can sort it out and bring it all back. Okay. Thank you.
All right. I think that's it for now on that subject.
Item number 9 is correspondence from Director Bowden. It is lists resignations and a vacancy request for CVB. They can be received.
Okay, we have a motion to receive. All right, a motion and a second be received with regrets. All those in favor, please state aye.
Items 10 or 11 are resolutions excusing the absence of Counselor Garrett and Mayor Pro Tem.
And a motion and second for approval. All those in favor, please state aye. Okay, we've got a motion and second that the minutes of the Board of Elections and Registration, the Board of Tax Assessors, and the Columbus Aquatics Commission, and the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees, all those minutes be received. Everyone in favor, please state aye.
Item number 13 for the board appointments. Item A is confirmation requests from the following boards: the Board of Health, Cooperative Extension, Hospital Authority, Land Bank Authority, the Medical Center Hospital Authority, and Uptown Facade Board. I can get a single motion.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Now, you said you needed a single motion.
I can have a single motion to confirm all of them at one time.
I see what you're saying. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please state aye.
Item B is, a nomination made by Counselor Davis for the Youth Advisory Council, and this nominee can be confirmed.
We got a motion and a second for confirmation. All those in favor, please state aye.
Item C are reappointment requests for the Land Bank Authority and the Personnel Review Board. If someone would like to nominate these. Thank you. I'll bring these back at the next meeting. Item D are nominations requests from the Land Bank Authority. Mr. Pritchard is interested in serving.
Okay, we've got a motion and second for approval.
That will come back at the next meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Item E are designated district seats. We need nominees for District 1 on the Recreation Advisory Board, District 3, Community Development Advisory Council, District 5, Recreation Advisory Board, and District 6, Community Development Advisory Council and the Recreation Advisory Board. Item number F, it lists all other available positions on the Airport Commission, Circle, Tree Board, Uptown Facade, and Personnel Review Board. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, we've got the Mayor Pro Tem. You want to hit your button there? Let's see. Okay. Yeah.
I was really confused on number 1 on the board appointments. The vote we took on A. Confirmation request. That was all of those positions.
Yes, ma'am. I actually changed the format of our agenda so I can list all of them and take one single motion to do all confirmations.
Okay.
So we've separated the ones that are ready for confirmation, the ones that have to come back. Oh, that's great. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we just need to get used to looking at it. Fantastic. All right, Councilor Huff.
On the last section you just went through, are those waiting? Can we make nominations, or we're waiting for nominations to come to us? On the Airport Commission?
The only ones that we are not waiting on other entities are for the Personnel Review Board.
Okay. For Personnel Review Board, for Gladys Williams Tillman, I'd like to nominate Torrance Goodwin, Torrance Goodwin.
Okay. I'll bring this back at the next meeting for confirmation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? I think that concludes our agenda. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn in a second. All those in favor, please state aye. All right, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Have a great Thanksgiving.